Good afternoon and welcome to True Crime Mysteries. If you're new to the channel, hello and welcome, and if you're returning, welcome back. Today we are discussing 3 cold cases that were solved with the help of volunteer genealogists. Let's get into it. Number 1. Maurice Ann Chiavarella. It was March 8, 1964 in Hazleton, Pennsylvania, when 9-year-old Maurice Ann Chiavarella left her home for school. She had left a little earlier than normal that day. She had a collection of canned goods to bring to her teacher. Ordinarily, Maurice's siblings walked with her to school, but because she wanted to leave early, she was by herself. The school was less than a mile from her home, and it was a tight-knit community, so there weren't any concerns. Maurice was last seen around 8 a.m. by a neighbor. At that point, she was almost halfway to school, but she never arrived. Every day, Maurice came home for lunch, and her mother became concerned when she didn't that day. She called the school and discovered that Maurice had been marked absent that morning. The police were called and a search began soon after. By 1 p.m., a report came in that the body of a little girl had been found in a nearby waste coal pit, 2 miles from where Maurice was last seen, and it was quickly determined to be the missing girl. Her clothing, belongings, and the bag of canned goods were all found in the same area, but investigators had little evidence to work with. Her cause of death had been strangulation. No one could fathom that someone within the community had committed this heinous murder. Unfortunately, there hadn't been any witnesses to the abduction, or when the body had been dumped, and despite best efforts, the case went cold. Over the years, the Pennsylvania State Police would reopen and reinvestigate the case. A DNA profile was developed in 2007 from a sample of fluid discovered on Maurice's jacket. The profile was uploaded to CODIS, but nothing came up. Since 2007, the DNA had been checked monthly against all new entries in both state and federal databases, but it never yielded any results. In 2019, Parabon Nanolabs constructed a composite image of what the suspect might have looked like based on his DNA. They concluded that the suspect was fair-skinned male with green or hazel eyes and brown hair. In 2020, 18-year-old Eric Schubert, a history major at Elizabethtown College in Pennsylvania, heard about the case and reached out to the Penn State Police and volunteered his genealogy expertise to help identify a suspect. Much to Schubert's surprise, they accepted his offer and he started a 2-year process of reverse engineering a family tree of the unknown suspect.
Next speaker is Mr. Eric Schubert from ES Genealogy. Mr. Schubert sent me an email years ago asking if he could work on our case. For the Pennsylvania State Police, that's a little outside the box. This decision paid off. Mr. Schubert provided a service that we would have never expected, and he reached out to us. We are proud to have him here, and I'm proud to introduce him to come up and speak next, Mr. Eric Schubert.
Thank you, Trooper Petrosky, for the very, very kind words. As was said, my name is Eric Schubert of ES Genealogy. I was the independent consultant brought on through the District Attorney's Office to conduct a genealogy investigation into this case. Just a little bit about my background. My work with genealogy stretches back over 10 years and has been featured nationally. I've assisted in several other cold cases throughout the country over the past 2 years. And as was mentioned, I've been involved in this investigation for about 2 years. So it's certainly something that I've been working on a very long time, and it means a lot to me, as I know it does to so many people here. It really was a multifaceted investigation that left absolutely no stone unturned. At the beginning, as was mentioned, the highest DNA match to Maurice's assailant in public DNA databases was about 53 centimorgans. And a centimorgan is, think of it like a unit of measurement for a genetic linkage. You share a set amount of centimorgans with everyone in your family. And 53 is very, very low, as was mentioned. But that was where we started. From there, I conducted traditional family tree research using census records, military records, newspaper records, and more. So we were really zeroing in on families, locations, links, And it took a year, but we were able to go from 53 centimorgans to almost 200, which now is really something that I can work with. It was the strongest and most important lead that we had to date. I'll never forget when Corporal Barron was telling me that we had just gotten that match, because in that moment I knew that we were going to find the assailant. We quickly worked our way up from that match to a match that in the end was over 1,000 centimorgans. It was about 1,200. That's something that you would share with a person who's a half-uncle, a cousin, that sort of thing. So to go from 53 to 179 to 1,200 took 2 years. And at the end of the day, those matches allowed me to identify the assailant for the state police. So that is a bit of background on the specifics on how this team did it. And on a personal note, I really would like to say that the investigation that went into all of this work was probably the hardest genealogy task that I've ever faced in over 10 years, as long as I've been doing genealogy. I would dare to say that this was probably the hardest thing that I've ever done in my entire life. And it means so much to me that I was able to be on the team that could provide answers for the Chiavarella family, and to, of course, help out the state police to close this investigation. With that being said, there's so many people that I want to thank. I'm sure I'm going to miss some people. Words can't express my appreciation for Corporal Mark Barron, who is absolutely indispensable in his role as lead investigator on the case. I especially want to thank Trooper Q Rose, Sergeant Stefanik, Trooper Petrosky for not thinking my email was crazy and actually taking me up on it, and especially retired Corporal and former DA's Office Detective Sean Williams for everything they did to assist in solving this case. And like I said, there's so many people who worked on this, so that's just a snippet. But this was really something that is going to stick with me for a very long time, and everyone's work in this was absolutely invaluable to finding James Paul Fort. Their dedication, their advocacy, their support, and contributions were really invaluable to this investigation, and like I said, they all played really vital roles. I was 18 years old when I started working on this case. Now I'm almost 21, so this is something that I've been working on this for a very long time, to say the least. So it's certainly something that I know is going to stick with me, because I spent so much time on it. I've been working on it practically my entire undergraduate career so far in college. So the people on this team mean a lot to me. They put so much into it. We worked as a team, and we, in the end, found the answers that everyone was looking for. And like I said, today I especially want to say that my thoughts are with the Chiavarellas, especially Maurice's great siblings, who I've gotten to know very well over the past 2 years. They've waited so long to have this answer. I, of course, can't put myself in their shoes, but I know how hard this is, and I really want to say that I appreciate all their kind words and support, and it's been great getting to know them. Their words always mean a lot. And it was really important to me that they know how hard this team was working over these past 2 years to find James Paul Fort. It really is a big honor to have assisted. And yes, thank you so much.
On January 6, 2022, after 58 years, there was finally a solid lead and a deceased suspect was being exhumed. And on February 3rd, they received the test results that confirmed the match. James Paul Forte had died in 1980 at 38, and he had never married nor had children, which was why the exhumation for comparison was necessary.
The cold case has been cracked. Police say DNA samples prove James Paul Fort raped and murdered little Marisa.
This is an exact match.
Cops found Marisa's body near the Hazleton airport. They investigated for decades, even running the killer's DNA through databases every month. For the last 15 years, it wasn't until genealogist Eric Schubert teamed up with state police. DNA and genealogy tracing led to a distant family member who was a match. Their DNA samples led investigators to Fort. He's been dead since 1980, but police obtained a DNA sample from his remains. It came back a match last week.
This was probably the hardest thing that I've ever done in my entire life.
Maurice's siblings, now in their 60s and 70s, are remembering their little sister. She went to school at what's now called Holy Family Academy. Maurice is resting at the St. Joseph Cemetery.
When Maurice had been murdered in 1964, Forte had been 22 years old. He had been a long-time Hazleton resident, living only 6 blocks from the Chivarella family, but hadn't been known to them. Forte had a history of violence. He had been charged with aggravated assault and sexual assault. The victim that had survived the attack in 1974 said that she knew that he was going to kill her, but a passerby saved her life. He didn't go to prison for that attack, but was instead released on probation. Forte had never been a suspect prior to his identification. Unfortunately, Mr. Forte is not alive for us to prosecute. However, he is the person that committed this crime. Mark Barron, the lead investigator, said in a statement, Maurice's 4 siblings stood together at the press conference announcing the closure of the case. They made this statement for their sister.
She was a wonderful sister. She was 9 years old at the time. We watched her grow just like we watched each other grow. As a siblings, we relied heavily on the compassion and the direction of our parents. We come from good roots. Hopefully we continue to carry on the examples and the morals that our parents had portrayed to us. Our mother reached a point over a number of years where she, I forget, not sure the conditions, but she told us all that she forgave the man that murdered her daughter. Okay.
Number 2, Mary Silvani. It was on July 17, 1982, when a horrific discovery was made in a meadow near Lake Tahoe. A woman had been found shot to death near a popular hiking trail. The woman dressed in shorts and a t-shirt and was wearing a bathing suit underneath for what was likely supposed to be a day at the beach. She had no identification on her, and officers published multiple notices in local papers hoping to identify her. They estimated her age to be somewhere between 25 and 35. She was 5'5", petite frame, brown or hazel eyes, with brown hair worn in a bun. They also noted that she had given birth and had a vaccination scar on her left arm. There were no missing person reports that matched her description, and she was given the name Sheep Flat Jane Doe for the location she was found in. There wasn't a lot of evidence for investigators to go on. They had what they believed was a set of footprints from the killer, as well as DNA left at the crime scene. Doubly challenged with the task of finding not only the killer but also identifying the victim, the case went cold. The case was reopened and re-examined for new leads by the Washoe County Sheriff's Office every few years, doing several different variations of facial reconstructions and publishing it to try and find someone who knew a woman that had gone missing in the summer of '82. In 2018, investigators reached out to Dr. Colleen Fitzpatrick, co-founder of the DNA Doe Project and founder of Identifiers International, to help in the case. They took on the case and for the first time used genetic genealogy to identify the victim and the perpetrator in a cold case. More than a dozen volunteers first worked to identify the victim. The volunteers ranged from students to grandmothers, some with former experience in law enforcement, but most just had a passion for genealogy. They first uploaded the victim's DNA to GEDmatch and broke up into small groups. Each group would tackle distant relatives and piece together family trees until they found relatives that shared more DNA, indicating that they were closer relatives. Eventually, they identified a distant cousin, and after 36 years, they were finally able to identify Jane Doe. Her name was Mary Ann Silvani. She had been born in Pontiac, Michigan in 1948. Her father had died while she was in high school, and her mother had left the family years before that. She had 2 brothers, and when she finished high school, all 3 siblings moved to California. Mary had never been reported missing, and she was 33 at the time of her death. Investigators also determined that she didn't have any children connected to her. records-wise, leaving them to believe that she may have given up a child for adoption at some point during her life. Once Mary was identified, Dr. Fitzpatrick's team turned their attention to her killer. Using the same process and 2,000 hours of work led to another potential match, James Richard Curry. They learned that Curry had killed himself in 1987 while in police custody for murdering 3 people in San Jose, California. 5 months after Mary had been murdered, Curry had been arrested for the murder of 2 people he knew, a husband and wife that were neighbors. He confessed to officers and directed them to a storage unit he rented. They went there and discovered the body of a 3rd victim that had been a missing person for a year, and further evidence in the storage unit indicated he was connected to a co-worker that had gone missing from Wakena, California. Her remains were never found. Curry died days after his arrest. He committed suicide while awaiting a sentencing hearing. He was 37 years old. All of Curry's previous victims that are known were people he knew. His family stated that Curry was familiar with Lake Tahoe and went there often, but they weren't sure if his paths had ever crossed with Mary. Investigators do believe that more cases may be connected to Curry in the future. Number 3. Helene Prusinski. On January 16, 1980, Helene Prusinski, a 21-year-old Wheaton College student, got off the bus at her Englewood stop. She was 2 weeks into a new internship with the news department at the KHOW radio station. She was an aspiring journalist, and this internship was the first step in her new career. She was a dedicated student and one of the first students to be accepted into this particular internship. She had recently moved to Denver, Colorado, and was living with family. From her bus stop, it was only a 6-block walk to her aunt and uncle's house, but Helene never made it there. She usually left the radio station at around 6 p.m. She had followed the same routine every day since she'd started her internship. When she didn't arrive home at her usual time, her aunt and uncle called the police, but learned that a young woman not arriving home for supper was a low priority to the Denver Police Department. They accepted a photograph of Helene. On the back they wrote a brief description of the young woman and what she'd been wearing that day before sending them on their way. They instructed them to call back later, assuring them that she would turn up that evening. Her aunt and uncle worried all night. They had gone out several times, driving around and walking the nearby neighborhoods.
Ms. Prusinski's body was found early Thursday. She'd been sexually assaulted and stabbed. A college student working as an intern in the news department at KHOW Radio, she was last seen Wednesday afternoon when she left work.
Englewood police, also in on the case, have been concentrating their efforts near this bus stop on South Broadway. It's believed that Ms. Prusinski got off her bus after work here Wednesday night. She was abducted sometime after that. They've been talking with people in the area looking for some clue, but so far nothing. And they're afraid if they don't find something soon, they may not find anything at all.
The following morning at 9 a.m., a body was discovered by a woman taking her son to school. The woman pulled over and got a closer look, confirming her suspicions. Officers were called and had been able to identify the young woman quickly. It was Helene. She had been dumped in a field and was naked from the waist down. Her hands were bound behind her back, and she'd been stabbed 9 times. They canvassed the area and found a woman who claimed to have witnessed a man near the field. Though it had been dark, she said that she'd been able to get a good look at his face. She agreed to go under hypnosis, and she gave the police sketch artist enough details to recreate a composite image. Investigators had been confident they would be able to find Helene's killer quickly. At the crime scene, they discovered a fresh footprint near Helene's body. Its distinct shape led investigators to believe their suspect was wearing cowboy boots. They also took measurements and had their suspect's shoe size. Investigators had a sketch, a witness, and they were sure that someone had seen the abduction at the bus stop. With a vehicle make and model, surely they would have enough to find a suspect. But despite a significant amount of evidence, there were no arrests made. After a year without any progress, the case was officially cold. In the spring of 2019, Paul Holes and Billy Jensen started a podcast called The Murder Squad. They used their collective fame to shine a light on old cold cases in hopes of gaining new leads. In their podcast, they encourage listeners to take DNA tests and upload the DNA into GEDmatch databases. One woman did just that. She just thought it would be an easy way to potentially help solve cold cases. She got a kit from 23andMe and submitted her results into GEDmatch. She didn't think anything would come of it, but only a few weeks later she received a call from law enforcement. Her DNA linked a relative to a crime in 1980, a third cousin. Law enforcement worked with genealogists to help piece her extended family tree together. It was a slow process made more difficult by a complicated family tree. 2 years later, they found a strong maternal match. The woman had used 6 last names in her life, had 5 children with 2 different men, and most of her children were in the care of others. There was one son who most closely matched their suspect in age and lived in the area at the time. Curtis Allen White was in the care of his father as an infant, but was raised by an aunt and uncle until he was a teenager. He was a frequent runaway and was in and out of foster care. He also had a brother with a lengthy criminal history, and detectives worked to obtain genetic material from both men. His brother was cleared as a suspect. This left only Curtis Allen White, who would change his name to James Curtis Clanton in 1982, 2 years after Helene's murder. James Curtis Clanton lived in Denver in 1980, where he was on parole for a violent assault in Arkansas. In 1975, he had pleaded guilty to entering a woman's home and assaulting her. He had been sentenced to 30 years in prison, but had only served 4 before making parole. He was released in 1979 before CODIS, before sex offender registrations, and he'd never been a suspect in Helene's murder case. He married for the first time in 1980, and his first wife left him in 30 days. In 1982, he changed his name, moved to Florida, and had another short marriage. He was arrested on domestic violence charges in 1998, and then again in 2001. Clanton had never been a suspect until his genetic profile came under the purview of detectives decades later. He went on to live a normal life. He was still living in Florida at the time of his arrest. He was a trucker and had children. After his arrest in 2001, he didn't seem to have any more issues with law enforcement. Detectives located him in the Lake Butler area, where they spent a week following him, waiting for him to leave an object behind containing his DNA. Finally, on November 30th, Clanton left a beer mug behind in the bar, and police were able to take it and get a DNA sample. They tested the beer mug DNA to the sample from the unknown suspect, and they were able to match the 2 samples. Clanton was arrested while exiting his truck and charged with first-degree murder and second-degree kidnapping. He was extradited from Florida to Colorado. Nearly 40 years after Helene was murdered, her murderer would face justice. He would not be charged with her rape due to statute of limitations being expired, and police also said they wouldn't pursue an investigation to determine if Clanton was also connected to other assaults in the area, since the statutes of limitations had run out on those cases as well. Clanton pleaded guilty, and he was sentenced in July 2020 to a life sentence. He can apply for parole in 2040, and he will be 82 by then.
When you first grabbed Helene, was it right when she stepped off the bus? Was it when she was walking down the street?
She probably walked down the sidewalk half a block, maybe a block. She was walking down the sidewalk.
Where were you? Were you behind her, in front of her?
I think I went up to the next block, turned left, and parked beside the street.
Okay, and then so when you came up behind her, you just put your arm around. Did you put your arm around her shoulder? Did you put your arm around her?
Around her waist, and I had the knife palmed in my hand and pointing toward her.
Okay. What kind of knife was it? Was it a pocket knife, buck knife?
It was kind of like a hunting knife.
You know how long it was?
The blade was probably 5 or 6 inches.
Okay. And did you have that just for the rape, or was that something that you normally had on you?
I didn't normally ever carry a knife. I think this knife was in Daryl's garage, and I picked it up and took it with me.
Specifically for this?
Yes.
Helene's older sister, Janet Johnson, thanked detectives, saying, "The detectives and everyone else who helped make this day happen are my heroes." And also said after Clanton's sentencing hearing, "It gives me some peace knowing that this beast is in jail, but I don't think we will ever have closure because Helene is not here, and that void will remain with us forever. She was just a special woman whose life was taken way too soon. All three of these cases would not have been solved without the help of people donating thousands of hours of time to do this type of work. Many law enforcement agencies don't have the budget to invest in the man-hours needed to identify unknown persons with genetic genealogy. It is incredible work that has truly changed how cold cases are solved. "19-year-old Samantha Jean Hopper was last seen on September 11, 1988 in Pope County, Arkansas. That night, the 8th-month pregnant expecting mother had plans to meet up with a friend and go to a concert in Little Rock, Arkansas. She had dropped off her oldest daughter, Desiree, at her mother's house beforehand, and was on her way to drop off her other daughter, 22-month-old Courtney Holt, with Courtney's father, before heading to the concert. It was around mid-afternoon when Samantha said goodbye to her mom and oldest daughter. Samantha drove off in her blue Ford Tempo, and neither she nor Courtney were seen again. She never made it to Courtney's father's house, nor to meet her friend. The car had been new to Samantha. She'd saved up from her job as a server at the breakfast chain Waffle House. The car was so new she had yet to put her proper insurance plates on the vehicle. Samantha and her daughter were both reported missing, but there was no trace of where she or her daughter had went. Courtney's father had initially been a suspect, but he was quickly cleared of any involvement in the disappearances. Despite an extensive investigation, the case went cold. But Desiree Carpenter, Samantha's surviving daughter, never gave up. She spent years searching for her mother and sister before reaching out to the non-profit group Adventures with Purpose, a team of expert divers who travel across the United States to help solve cold cases. Their team has solved nearly 24 cold cases. In October of 2021, the Adventures with Purpose team began their search for Samantha and Courtney. According to lead diver Doug Bishop, the team took the facts they learned from the family and the facts they were able to find online and used that information to narrow the scope of their search area. Then they searched the nearby bodies of water using advanced sonar systems. On October 26 at 12:30 p.m., Pope County 911 operators received a long-awaited call. Within an hour of searching, the Adventures with Purpose team had found a car matching the description of Samantha's blue Ford Tempo in Lake Dardanelle near the 37 block of Pleasant View Road. The car was overturned right below the bridge that crosses Lake Dardanelle. The car was removed from the water, and inside they found human remains, as well as a car seat. Samples were sent to the Arkansas State Crime Lab in Little Rock for DNA testing. A spokesperson for the Pope County Sheriff's Department confirmed that Samantha was in the vehicle, though official identification is still pending. At this time, there is no explanation of what may have happened that caused the mother to lose control of the vehicle, though the car will be investigated for any mechanical defects. Police are very confident that the remains will be a match. Investigator Eric Riggs said,
"I just don't want to be overconfident, arrogant about it and say, yeah, we know for sure until we know for sure. We do believe we have human remains. We don't know how many. And we do, looks like we have items that are consistent with our case."
A memorial fund has been set up by Desiree to raise donations for her mother and sister's burial. On the page, Desiree shared, "After being missing for over 23 years with the assistance of the AWP and Chaos Dive teams, we were able to find my mother, who was 9 months pregnant, and my 22-month-old sister, Courtney. This has been such a relief to have found her, and we want to provide them with a proper burial. If you're ever able to donate or even just pass this along, it would be forever appreciated." As for the Adventures with Purpose team, diver Doug Bishop said that providing the family with answers is all they can hope for. On the night of February 24, 2006, 24-year-old Crystal Theobald was driving through her family's neighborhood in Riverside, California, with her brother and boyfriend. Her mother, Belinda Lane, was in a car ahead of them. They were stopped at a stop sign when a white Ford Expedition pulled in front of them and shot at the vehicle before fleeing the scene. Crystal's boyfriend was shot in the stomach and Crystal had been shot in the head. She was taken to the hospital where she died from her injuries 2 days later. Her boyfriend survived. Crystal had been a shining, beautiful, caring young woman, Belinda's only daughter and the youngest of her 4 children. Belinda said, "She was just my pride and joy. I wanted a daughter so bad. I had 3 sons, and so the 4th one I was like, yay, I got my little girl." Crystal was strong, independent, overcoming domestic violence and getting her children out of a bad home situation. Her death had been so traumatic, and no one could believe that she was gone. Crystal's mother, Belinda, was determined to find out who killed her daughter and why, and with few leads from the police, she decided to take it upon herself. "I told her, 'Baby girl, I promise you, if it takes my last breath, I will get them. I promise you, you will have justice,' she said." The police investigation was slow. The lead detective had only covered one other homicide investigation, which still remains unsolved. The main evidence from the case were the eyewitnesses, a shoe left behind, and gun casings collected at the crime scene. A canvassing of the neighborhood had yielded few results. With gang violence prevalent in their community, few were willing to step forward. Law enforcement went very aggressively at Belinda and her family. Allegedly, officers arrested one of Belinda's older sons and interrogated him for hours, accusing him of being responsible for the attack from the rival gang that had killed his sister. After that, a line had been drawn in the sand. Belinda and her family refused to cooperate with the detectives. She didn't trust them. She had decided to take matters into her own hands. Belinda knew that if she could figure out who owned the White Ford expedition, she could find her daughter's killers. She had seen his face very clearly. She described him as very young, with a baby face, and she knew she would be able to identify him if she found him. Crystal's younger brother Nick had heard that members of the local 5150 gang were responsible for Crystal's murder, even though she had no connection to them. The neighborhood had been a rival territory for several gangs operating in the area. It had been prone to violence since 2003, when the newer 5150 gang had been trying to establish turf in the area. The gang had a quick evolution from minor infractions and escalated very quickly to murder. They were known for their propensity for extreme violence, and they were the most feared gang in the area. Nick, only 13, also had heard that they were easy to find on MySpace. He told this to his cousin Jamie, who was 14 years old, who volunteered to help Belinda find the gang members that had killed Crystal. Nick and Jamie were very young, and both said they didn't really understand what gangs were or what kind of people had killed Crystal. They just wanted to help get justice for her murder. MySpace had been the social media platform to be on for young people in the early 2000s. Everyone was on it, and like the Instagrams and Facebooks of today, they had messaging features in addition to the blogging features that were a key part of MySpace's success. Belinda agreed, and Jamie started by creating a profile for Rebecca using a photo of a random woman from the internet, and filled her bio with information that she felt would attract the gang members. She befriended as many of them as she could and started messaging them, successfully gaining personal information. But Belinda didn't think it was enough, so they made a second profile under the name Angel and used pictures of Crystal in an attempt to make them fall in love with her. Catfishing, as it's known today. The bio read, "I'll be your biggest life mistake and your deepest, darkest, best-kept secret." On Angel's profile, the friends requests and messages started pouring in. In April of 2006, they started messaging with 17-year-old William Joke Sotelo, a member of the 5150 gang. Through these messages, they found out that Sotelo was the owner of the White Ford expedition. Their catfishing had been completely successful. Belinda took the information to the police, who then brought Sotelo in for questioning, where he cooperated and identified Crystal's shooter as 18-year-old Julio Lilhuero Heredia. According to Riverside homicide detective Rick Wheeler, the 5150 members had been driving around the neighborhood that night looking for a rival gang that had shot at them earlier. When Belinda and Crystal stopped, the gang thought they were coming to attack them, so they started shooting. Since there wasn't enough evidence to arrest Sotelo at the time, he was released. Jamie continued to message him on MySpace, and he started to fall for Angel, but pretending to be her dead cousin and making men fall in love with her became too much to bear, and she wanted out. But Belinda wasn't so sure. She was frustrated that Sotelo hadn't been arrested yet and wanted to keep going. She decided she wanted to kill the gang members herself. She took over the profile and even made a plan to murder them until her family convinced her to back off. Instead, Belinda blew her online cover and confronted Sotelo. She knew that he'd fallen for Angel, and she wanted him to hurt as much as she did. So she sent him a final message that read, "If you claim you care about me so much, then why did you kill me?" He never responded, and then he disappeared completely. Belinda gave up and handed over the profile to the investigators. In 2007, the shooter, Heredia, was charged with Crystal's murder, and in 2011 he was sentenced to life in prison without parole. 10 other gang members involved were charged with additional counts, including witness intimidation, attempted murder, and gun and gang charges, leading to sentences that ranged from probation to 18 years in prison. But Soleto was still nowhere to be found. Then, in 2014, Belinda received a tip through Facebook. Soleto was working as a chili farmer in Mexico and had a wife and 4 children. She sent the tip to the police, and on May 6, 2016, Sotelo was arrested and brought back to California to face his charges. In 2020, he pleaded guilty to voluntary manslaughter and was sentenced to 22 years in prison. He was the last person to be arrested and sentenced for Crystal's murder. Riverside Police Lieutenant Christian Dinko said that Belinda was instrumental in identifying Sotelo. He said, "She provided important information that helped lead us to the capture of William Sotelo. Without her help, he would likely still be outstanding right now." The story was made into a Netflix true crime documentary called Why Did You Kill Me?, which premiered in 2021. Director and producer Frederick Monk said, "We knew that we had an incredible hook, which is kind of the MySpace catfishing angle. But kind of equally important was also this idea that it might be a story that begins in some ways as conventional true crime story, and that hopefully ultimately asks broader questions about the criminal justice system, about empathy, about how one deals with grief, and also how this single event might reverberate throughout an entire community." Belinda said that she can finally forgive the people responsible for killing her daughter now that they've been brought to justice. Today, she runs a Facebook group in memory of her daughter called Unsolved Murders in Riverside, where she shares information in hopes of solving other cold cases in the area. Aaron Foster and Jeremy Bechtel disappeared on April 3, 2000, in Sparta, Tennessee. That night, Aaron, 18, and Jeremy, 17, picked up Aaron's brother from an arcade in Aaron's 1988 Pontiac Grand Am and drove him home before heading out to a party in a rural part of town. Around 9 p.m., Jeremy called his dad, Ronnie Betchel, to arrange a ride for the next day, but when Ronnie showed up, Jeremy was nowhere to be found. Both of their parents became suspicious when neither Aaron nor Jeremy returned home, but they thought they'd give them a few days. When days passed without any sign of either teenager, Aaron's family reported them missing. Rumors started running rampant in their small town. People crafted wild theories about where the missing teens had gone. Some said they ran away, while others speculated murder or a drug operation gone wrong. These rumors were just that, rumors. Still, they gained the attention of the local police, who spent time investigating leads that went nowhere, derailing the investigation and frustrating the victim's family and friends. Sheriff Steve Page of White County and the victim's family both agreed that law enforcement at the time didn't handle the case well. They never searched Aaron or Jeremy's rooms for clues or evidence, nor did they question their friends from the party. Then, more than 20 years later, Jeremy Side stepped in. Jeremy runs a YouTube channel called Exploring with Nug, where he documents his river treasure hunting adventures. He started playing around with metal detectors as a hobby, which turned into him finding many lost and stolen items. He then leveled up his skills by learning to scuba dive and started searching for cars, then missing people in the water. He found his targets by scouring the Charlie Project website, which is a database of missing persons cases. He'd look for unusual cases involving people that had seemingly vanished in thin air, just like Aaron and Jeremy did.
This is Exploring with the Nug. My name is Jeremy, and today we are back in Sparta, Tennessee to continue the search for the 2 missing teenagers that vanished over 20 years ago.
In late 2021, he came across their case and headed over to Sparta to start his search. In November, he posted a video of his first search in the area, where he found a car, but it wasn't Aaron's Pontiac. The video was then seen by the sheriff, who noticed Jeremy was using side-scan sonar to search the water, technology that wasn't available to their police department. He reached out to Jeremy to join forces and suggested searching the Calf Killer River, which runs along Highway 84. A police report that had been misfiled but recently found suggested Aaron and Jeremy may have driven down that road on the night they went missing. And so Jeremy went out on his boat and scanned the river, where he spotted another car. In the chilling footage captured by Jeremy, you can see the car come into view as he dives deeper into the murky waters. He swims to the back of the car, cleaning off the make and model to reveal it's a Pontiac. He then wipes off the license plate to confirm his suspicion. It is indeed Aaron Foster's car.
473 EJR. It's them. They're coming home. They're coming home.
I'm lost. I'm lost for words. I'm so glad I could find them. I'm so sad that that's where they ended up. And I can't believe it's been over 20 years I've been sitting there waiting for someone to find him, and I'm glad I did. I don't know. It's a weird mix of emotions. I can't even explain it. And but you know what? This isn't about me. This is about getting them home, and we're gonna do that today. So let's start making phone calls. Let's get people down here. Let's get them out of the water. It's time.
After notifying the sheriff's office of his discovery, the car was extracted from the water and human remains were found inside. Though the remains have not yet been positively identified, Sheriff Page believes they belong to Aaron and Jeremy. Investigators suspect the teenagers lost control of the car and went into the water, as there was no guardrail along the road in 2000. Finding the answers to this decades-long mystery brought about mixed feelings for the victims' families. "It's like losing him all over again," said Jeremy's father. "It just shattered my heart again. We always kind of thought through the years that something happened, but I just didn't know what." GoFundMe pages have been set up in Jeremy Betchel's and Aaron Foster's names to help cover funeral costs. It was February 7th, 1981 in Marietta, Ohio, when Lieutenant Joe Clark was enjoying an evening in with his wife. The 49-year-old police officer had served the Washington County Sheriff's Office for 14 years and was considered a passionate and dedicated officer. He was in the middle of a big case. He had been tasked with tackling a growing drug dilemma in the area. An article had just been published that morning where he'd given an interview to a reporter discussing his plans to begin disrupting drug operations in the area by making several arrests in the coming days. He had anticipated it was going to be a busy week. He and his wife Patricia were enjoying the calm before the storm and watching a basketball game together. Joe gets up and heads to the kitchen for a top-up of snacks for the two of them. He had only been gone for a moment when Patricia heard what she believed was an explosion in the kitchen. There had been tinkering of broken glass, and she had thought a light bulb had exploded. Following the sound of the glass breaking, there was a loud crash in the kitchen. She ran to the kitchen and found Joe collapsed on the floor. She didn't understand what had happened, but had assumed that Joe had had a heart attack initially, but noticed a pool of blood beginning to spread from her husband. Paramedics arrived and confirmed that Joe had been fatally shot. Officers quickly arrived on the scene. One of their own had been ambushed in their home, and it almost seemed unbelievable. The detective assigned to the case secured the crime scene and began a preliminary investigation. The Clarks' kitchen faced their backyard with a window directly in front of where Joe had collapsed. The window was nearly missing its entire glass pane, and on the ceiling there were what appeared to be shotgun pellets. They checked the backyard near a tree. There had been several military boot-style shoe impressions facing the home. Also found was a No. 4 buck shotgun shell. Someone had targeted Joe. They lied in wait until he came into the kitchen and shot him. Initially, it was believed to have been connected to Joe's work uncovering the local drug operations. That same evening, another murder had taken place, and it was a small-time drug dealer. Officers thought the two murders must have been connected. Maybe the murdered drug dealer was believed to be an informant for Joe. It seemed more than a coincidence.
It was basically horror for a while because you have the No. 2 law enforcement officer in the county shot and gunned down in his home.
Witnesses in Joe's neighborhood also gave an important lead. A blue Ford Pinto was seen parked near the Clarks' home. It had been idling for a long while. Nearly 10 separate witnesses said they saw a man in the driver's seat, but no one could get a good look at him. Several known individuals involved with the drug trade were all brought in and interrogated. They had been able to determine what had happened to the drug dealer, but no one interviewed knew of Joe Clark, or who would have wanted him murdered. Without finding any additional leads, the case went cold. In November 2012, the Washington County Sheriff's Office had extra time and resources in their budget and decided to establish a dedicated cold case unit. The case that took the top of the list was Joe Clark's murder, now over 3 decades cold. Detective Jeff Severs took over the case and started from the beginning. They went back to the home Joe Clark had been murdered in. Although the property had changed owners several times, the home had never undergone any major structural remodels, and it was very similar to how it had been in 1981. They brought in some high-tech lasers and were able to exactly pinpoint where the shooter had stood, 31 feet from the window. Knowing the exact distance had been important. From there, they shot off a range of different types of shotguns to replicate the same damage that had killed Joe. They had been able to narrow it down to one specific weapon, a particular shotgun that was standard issue for law enforcement and military personnel. This narrowed the scope of their investigation greatly. Joe Clark had been well liked at the sheriff's office. He worked hard, he was a good cop who played by the rules, and was well liked by those who worked with him.
He was just a good guy to be around. He was a true professional. He was a law enforcement officer. He was very good at what he did.
However, there had been an incident in 1981 that may have made him an enemy. Back before Joe's murder, a deputy arrested a burglary suspect. The suspect would not confess and continued to maintain his innocence. The deputy then packed him into a squad car, drove him to a secluded area, and beat him until he confessed. The deputy then packed him back up, brought him back to the county jail, and started the paperwork to process the confession. The suspect told other officers what had happened, and it launched an investigation into the deputy, who had not only gone against what was legally allowed as a police officer, but was also so beyond the scope of excessive force. Joe Clark had been the lead on that investigation, and had been directly responsible for that deputy being fired. The deputy in question was Mitchell Rubel. Rubel had come from a long line of decorated police officers and military men. He himself had served in the Vietnam War. He had felt it had been his destiny to follow in their footsteps, but he didn't have the same dedication that other officers had. He was willing to color outside the lines of what was allowed as a member of law enforcement to get results. The worst kind of cop, the one who didn't feel that the rules didn't apply to him.
Rubel had been fired by Joe because excessive use of force while he was on duty.
He had not taken the firing well, No one else was willing to hire an officer that had been fired for excessive force. He would later find work as a corrections officer at the Noble Correction Institute, where he worked for 25 years. It was also discovered that in 1981, he also had a blue Ford Pinto, but it had been registered in his wife's name, and he also had the same shotgun registered to him as well. Rubel was brought in for questioning and had produced an alibi. He said that he'd been with a man named Tom Smith all night. Officers then went to Todd Smith and brought him in for questioning. Smith confirmed the alibi, but hadn't been able to remember details exactly. Officers knew there was more to the story, but Smith wouldn't talk. Eventually, Smith was offered an immunity if he was honest about the events that had happened 3 decades prior. With immunity paperwork signed, Smith started from the beginning. He said that evening he'd been home when Rubel knocked on his door. Rubel wanted a gun that he had been storing at Smith's home. He gave him the gun and said that Rubel asked him to drive him somewhere. Smith did, while Rubel instructed him where to go. Then he parked the car and Rubel got out with a shotgun. He had been the driver that witnesses had seen idling in the neighborhood that night, while Mitch Rubel had waited for Joe to come into the kitchen. Smith said that he waited in the car for a long time. He'd lost track of time and had started freaking out. He heard the shotgun shot and Rubel got back in the car and they went back to Smith's apartment. There, Rubel left the gun with him and threatened to kill him if he ever said anything to anyone. Detectives, now confident that Rubel was a suspect that had murdered Joe Clark back in 1981, wanted the final nail in the coffin. They wanted the weapon. They tracked down Rubel's Air Force buddies and one by one interviewed each of them, asking each of them if they had ever bought a gun off of Mitch Rubel. The last man on the list said that he had, and he was able to hand over the shotgun to law enforcement. They were able to match the gun to the shell and pellets recovered from the crime scene, and positively identified the gun as the same weapon that had killed Joe Clark. Mitchell Rubel, at 64 years old, was arrested on September 9, 2014 for the murder of Joe Clark in 1981.
Wife had a Pinto, 72 Pinto.
Did you ever buy any number 4 buck?
Oh, yeah. Bought it, shot tons of it. So.
Where'd you buy it at?
Probably Lane Sporting Goods.
What'd you use it for?
Coyote hunting? Well, it wasn't coyote hunting, whatever.
He may have been anticipating the arrest because when officers were executing a search warrant for his home, they had found dozens of illegal handmade explosives, in addition to a modified AR-15 fully automatic rifle and several hand grenades. The explosives and illegal weapons added 7 more felony counts. He was found guilty on March 11, 2016, and sentenced to life in prison. He died in prison on March 18, 2017, apparently dying in his sleep of natural causes. On September 24, 1996, 21-year-old Priscilla Lewis was working her shift as a waitress at the Four Corners Pizza and Pasta restaurant in Croquette, California. It was the last time her cousin, Troy Kinslow, saw her. I was across the street at the bar drinking and had seen her on her break. And the next morning, I went to the store to get something to drink and a friend said, "Have you heard about her?" Around 10:30 p.m., just before the restaurant closed, the cook went into the basement, which was shared with other tenants of the Valona Square Mall and accessible to the public. There, in the ladies' bathroom, he found Priscilla's body. She had been beaten, strangled, and left with her face in the toilet. Her cause of death was ruled asphyxia due to drowning. Priscilla's murder was Croquette's sole homicide case that year, and the tragedy shook the small community. They rallied together by plastering the area with posters pleading for information, distributing buttons with her photo on them, and offering an information reward that totaled nearly $60,000. The Contra Costa Sheriff's Office interviewed dozens of people during their investigation, analyzed numerous pieces of evidence, and served several search warrants to no avail. The case went cold and stayed that way for over 2 decades. In 2020, investigators submitted additional crime scene evidence to the Sheriff's Office Crime Lab to test using their advanced DNA technology. Finally, they found a match for the suspect, Danny Lamont Hamilton. Hamilton's DNA was already in the database due to his criminal record. At the time of the discovery, he was already incarcerated for unrelated sexual assault charges and was serving a 295-year prison sentence. On December 8, 2021, Hamilton was charged with 1 count of murder as well as murder by lying in wait, felony kidnapping, felony burglary, and an enumerated sex offense. Priscilla Lewis is remembered as a perky, hardworking young woman who could light up a room with her presence. Her best friend described her as a great, kind person and a fighter.
There had to be DNA under her nails. She had to have fought back. Whether she knew the person or not, there's absolutely no way that she didn't fight for her life.
Though it took over 2 decades to identify and charge her killer, Priscilla's cousin, Troy, said it's brought some semblance of closure.
When something happens and it's been this long, it's closure for me. It doesn't bring her back, it'll never bring her back, but for me it's closure.
A Jane Doe from Yonkers, New York has finally been identified after almost 30 years. On June 27, 1992, a construction worker found the dismembered remains of an unknown woman in a dumpster behind the I Love New York pizza parlor. Authorities identified Jane Doe as a victim of serial killer Robert Schulman, who was active in the area at the time. However, the identity of the victim remained a mystery for many years. In 2018, the Yonkers Police Department appealed for more information about the unknown woman. They didn't have much to go off. She had a butterfly tattoo on her shoulder and scarring that suggested she had at least 1 child. They drew a blood sample, but they couldn't connect it to a name. They also knew she was a sex worker, which fit Schulman's MO. He confessed to killing 5 women who worked in the sex industry and scattered their remains throughout Long Island and Manhattan. Schulman was eventually sentenced to life in prison for his crimes and died in 2006. Decades later, the police were still determined to uncover the victim's true identity. Detective John Geese said,
"I don't care what a person is or what they do, they're a human being, and her name wasn't Jane Doe."
The FBI then provided the Yonkers Police Department with the genetic genealogy technology that would change everything. They submitted Jane Doe's DNA into private genealogy websites, and after just 3 weeks, they found a match. It was a cousin of the victim. From there, they were able to finally identify Jane Doe as 31-year-old Marissa Hammonds of New Jersey. Marissa was born in Kentucky in 1961, was one of 7 siblings, and later became a mother of 2. She lived in California and Michigan before landing in New Jersey, and was working as a fashion model with her sister. Authorities confirmed the DNA match by testing a sample provided by her siblings and now adult son, Jason D. Trapani. Before the identification, Jason hadn't known his mother's family. Now they are a beloved part of his life. In a message on Facebook, he wrote, "Love every single one of the Hammonds family. Truly grateful to have found you. Better late than never." Orange County's oldest Jane Doe case has been closed after DNA testing identified both the victim and the killer. In 1968, a woman's body was found by 3 young boys playing in a farm field in Huntington Beach, California. The victim had been sexually assaulted, severely beaten, and her neck had been slashed. She also appeared to have been pushed out of a vehicle before being left for dead. Police scoured the muddy field for evidence and found tire tracks, clothing, and a cigarette butt, which they carefully preserved. They conducted an exhaustive number of interviews during their investigation and followed up on leads but could never identify the victim or her killer. Earl Robitaille was the commander of the Huntington Beach Detective Bureau at the time. He said police were sent on a wild goose chase after forensic dentists told them that Jane Doe's dental work was probably done in Mexico, which threw the investigation off. In 2001, the case was reopened and investigators extracted DNA from the victim's sexual assault kit as well as clothing, from which they developed a profile for an unknown male. 9 years later, a partial male DNA match was obtained from the cigarette butt found at the crime scene. It was consistent with the DNA from the sexual assault kit, but the suspect still couldn't be identified. Then the Huntington Beach police turned their focus on identifying the victim. In 2011, they collected a partial DNA profile from blood collected from the victim's blouse. The profile was entered into the FBI's DNA index system, CODIS, for a familial match, and her fingerprints were entered into the Cal ID system, but there were no results. In 2019, Huntington Beach detectives joined together with the Orange County District Attorney's Office to solve the case. By using investigative genetic genealogy, they established a possible family tree for the suspect based on the DNA profile they'd developed, and identified the alleged killer as Johnny Crisco. Crisco was 28 years old at the time of the murder and was not identified as a suspect during the initial investigation. He had been discharged from the Army after failing a psychological test that had diagnosed him with aggressive reactions, being quick to anger, and being impulsive. He died in 2015. In early 2020, detectives, prosecutors, and forensic scientists started building Jane Doe's family tree. Former homicide detective Pat Ellis, who worked on the case since 2010, was about to retire. But before he did, he ordered a retesting of Jane Doe's clothing, and they got a DNA hit. They called in Colleen Fitzpatrick, a renowned genetic genealogist, who used the DNA profile to build Jane Doe's family tree until they found a living relative named Steve Sabo. A detective then reached out to Steve to see if he knew any missing relatives. Steve was able to find a clue in an obituary of a distant cousin, Constance Saucier, which read, Connie was predeceased by her parents, her sister, Teresa Pitot Gallagher, her brother Robert Pitot, and her sister Anita Pitot, missing since 1970. Detectives then used familial DNA analysis to positively identify Jane Doe as 26-year-old Anita Louise Pitot. Anita was born in Augusta, Maine on March 9, 1942. In 1967, Anita and some friends left Maine for Southern California in search of a different life. In letters to her family, she wrote about working as a waitress and visiting Hollywood, where she toured stars' homes. She said she'd be coming back home in May. But then the letters stopped, and her family never saw or heard from her again. Anita's niece, Lori Quiron, said, "We never in our wildest dreams thought that they were looking for her. That they were working on this case for that many years just blows my mind. I just thought we never knew what was going to happen to her." For over 50 years, Anita was buried in an unmarked grave in Newport Beach as a Jane Doe, but in the summer of 2020, she was transported to her final and rightful resting place, in a family plot in Watersville, Maine, with a stone marker that reads, "We miss you."
Our detectives went last weekend and took remains back to Maine and had a private burial service with the family so that they could properly say goodbye to their sister that they hadn't seen for 52 years.
Bonnie Lynn Pescuto was born May 20th, 1969 in Jacksonville, Florida. She grew up as a middle child of 6 children. She was described as having a loving and vivacious personality. She loved surrounding herself with friends and family and loved to laugh. At 16, Bonnie began dating the already graduated Michael Haim. Haim was handsome, charismatic, and very charming. Bonnie's family loved Michael, and when Michael proposed, her family was ecstatic. The two were married on September 12, 1987, the fall after Bonnie's 18th birthday. Upon her graduation and wedding, Bonnie started working as a bookkeeper. She worked at Bernie's Tool and Fastener, a construction supply company that Michael's aunt, Yvonne Haim, and uncle, Bertie Haim, owned. Michael worked there as well as an office manager. Once Bonnie married Michael, things began to change. Behind closed doors, her charming husband became cantankerous. A year after her marriage, Bonnie and Michael had their son, Aaron. Bonnie was described as a devoted mother. Her son was everything to her, and she loved him dearly. Aaron always came first, and everyone around Bonnie knew that.
Did it come to your attention in December of 1992, going into January of 1993, that Bonnie was going to leave Michael?
Yes.
Were you supportive of her in that decision?
I stood by her. I was supportive in her decision.
You say have some hesitancy. Did you want to stay together?
That wasn't my call, my judgment. I supported her and her decision to leave him.
Is one of the ways you knew that she was going to leave him the fact that you went searching for apartments with her to see where she was going to take Aaron and go live?
Yes.
Can I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing what's going to enter into evidence, State's Exhibit 153. I ask you to look at the second page of State's Exhibit 153. Ms. Haim, do you recognize the signature Evan Haim on that document?
Yes.
And what is the purpose of you signing that document?
Understood. Repeat approval.
This was just an employment verification.
Okay, so you were verifying Bonnie's employment for prospective apartment?
Yes.
Did you actually go to these apartments with Bonnie to see where she was going to live?
I did.
Did you also, with Bonnie, figure out what daycare Aaron would be going to?
I don't know that I don't remember that. I remember her inquiring about daycares. I don't remember too much what daycare she went to.
The apartments she was looking at, was that those apartments in Orange Park?
Yes.
And where was she living at the time that she was going to leave?
She was living in her home on Dolphin Avenue.
And where is that located in Jacksonville?
That's on the north side of Jacksonville.
Where were you living at the time?
Orange Park.
So she was going to be living close to you?
Yes.
Those around the couple knew that their marriage was on the rocks and had been for years. The freedoms that Bonnie had expected with adulthood eluded her. Her husband controlled Bonnie in all regards. She worked where he could keep an eye on her. Her car, their house, their bank account were all in her husband's name. She had secretly opened a bank account in her own name and was squirreling away small amounts of money, going as far as having the bank statements delivered to her at the office instead of at home. Michael discovered the statements and forced her to close the account. Instead of a bank account, she would give her friend cash to hold on to for her. By January of 1993, she had over $1,200 and she was ready to leave and take her now 3-year-old son, Aaron, with her. She had planned to leave when Michael was on a work trip. She had a deposit down for an apartment and enrolled her son in a new preschool. On January 6th, something happened when Bonnie got home from work. She had come home with Aaron a little late, around 7 p.m. She was later than usual, but she had several stops after picking up Aaron from daycare. She had stopped at the dry cleaners, Walmart, and took Aaron to McDonald's for a quick Happy Meal. Yvain had expected Bonnie that evening. The two were planning a baby shower for a coworker, and they had planned to write invitations that evening. However, around 8 p.m., Bonnie called Yvain and told her that she couldn't come over because she and Michael were having a discussion. Yvain recognized that Bonnie was upset. She was sniffling on the phone and sounded like she was crying. Yvain offered to bring the things over to Bonnie's house if she needed some company, but Bonnie said it wasn't necessary and she would see her in the morning. The following morning, on January 7th, Bonnie and Michael had been expected to be in the office early the next morning. That day, a nurse was coming in to do physicals for all of the employees on the company health insurance. Everyone was asked to go in an hour early to ensure that it didn't disrupt business. To avoid any disruptions with their health insurance, they needed to be there that day for the physical. By 8 a.m., Yvain and Bernie had become very concerned about Bonnie's absence. Bonnie knew how important it was to be early that day, and it was unlike her to be late for work or miss a meeting. Immediately they knew something was wrong. One of Bernie's employees came in and told him that Michael had called around 7 a.m. that morning and told him he wasn't coming into work. Bernie thought this was odd and was also irritated because Michael and Bonnie knew how important it was for them to be there. Bernie called over to Bonnie and Michael's house and Michael answered. Bernie asked him why he wasn't coming in, and Michael said that he was sick. And when Bernie asked to talk to Bonnie, it was at that point that Michael told him Bonnie wasn't there. Bernie pressed on, asking where Bonnie was, and Michael said that he didn't know and that they had an argument and she left last night.
So everyone was supposed to be at work a little earlier than normal?
Yes, sir.
So you didn't interfere with your daily business?
That's correct.
And you could get all that?
Pardon me?
So you could get all the insurance stuff done?
Right, so we could get all the insurance paperwork done and everything.
And then was that going to be insurance paid through by the business?
Yes, sir.
So what happened when you got there?
Well, we got there and I was getting an IV or whatever you call it, taking blood out, and my manager, Mike Robinson, he came and told me that Mike called and said he wasn't coming in that day.
Okay. Prior to hearing that information from the manager, Mike Robinson, did the defendant ever call you and ask where Bonnie was?
No, sir.
And were you aware up until then that whether he was coming in or not?
Until Mike Robinson mentioned to me he called in, he wasn't coming in. No, I was not aware.
So with that information, what did you do?
Well, I called Bonnie to see where she was at. And
where did you call?
I called their home on Dolphin Avenue.
Okay. This is on January 7th, 1993, the day that she went missing?
Yes, sir.
The night before, were you aware of Bonnie calling your home, or you calling Bonnie's home?
She called our home and spoke with Evan.
And you were aware of that?
Yes, sir.
So going back to the 7th, when you made the phone call, what happened?
Michael answered the phone, and he said he wasn't coming in today, and that's okay. I said, let me speak to Bonnie, and he said she wasn't there.
So before asking about Bonnie, did the defendant say anything about Bonnie not being home?
No, sir.
And when he told you that she wasn't home, did you ask where she was?
I did.
What was the response?
He said they had an argument and she left.
Did he give you any other details at that time?
No, sir.
In knowing Bonnie's character, did you find that unusual?
I find it very unusual that she would leave Aaron, period.
What's the next thing that happened?
The next thing happened, I received a phone call from one of my police friends, and he asked me if I knew where Bonnie was at, and I said no. And he said, well, we just found her purse in the dumpster, and you better get over here pretty quick.
And so who went to, where'd you go?
We went, my wife and I, Evan and I went, I couldn't drive fast enough for her to get there, but we went to the Red Roof Inn at the airport.
And so it was you and Evan, your wife?
Yes, sir.
And who else was at the Red Roof Inn when you got there?
When we got there, it was there was a room set up, and Michael and his father was there, and a police officer was there.
And what happened when you were in that room with the police officer and the defendant?
Well, we went in, and there was a purse on the bed, and my wife asked Mike, "What's going on? What's going on?" And basically, Mike told Evan, said, "What is she doing with all that money?"
What was your relationship with Evan, with your wife Evan and Bonnie? What was their relationship?
They were best friends.
And was that commonly known?
Yes, sir.
From the time that you got the phone call from Bonnie Haim the evening of the 6th to the time you ended up at the Red Roof Inn, did the defendant ever call you or your wife asking where Bonnie Haim was?
No, sir.
You mentioned that your brother John was at the scene at the Red Roof Inn too.
Yes, sir.
Can you describe what he was doing at the scene?
He was sitting on the bed beside Mike.
did he appear to be interested in how the police were going to be conducting their investigation?
I didn't really talk to him at that time, no.
Later, did you notice your brother being overly protective of Michael?
Meeting, Judge.
Sustained.
Did you notice anything unusual about your brother and Michael's behavior in the hours after the discovery of the purse?
That particular time, or after the next day, or when are you talking about?
We'll start with right now. Next day.
Well, he was overprotective of Mike, and he wouldn't let Mike go anywhere by himself.
Did you notice that at the Red Roof Inn, or did you notice that later?
At the Red Roof Inn, they were just in the room, and I didn't really talk to him after that. So after that,
did the defendant ever come? Did you look for Bonnie?
A lot of times, yes, sir.
How did you go about doing it?
I would get some of my employees, and we'd go out in the woods. We'd ride around. We do that. We did it for 2 or 3 weeks.
And were some of these searches led by the police?
They were there at certain times, yes, sir.
Okay. During any of the occasions that you searched with your coworkers and/or the police, was the defendant ever participating?
No, sir.
And since January 6th, has he ever called you or your wife and asked where Bonnie Haim went?
No, sir.
Did you make a call to work that morning?
I did.
And what time did you do that?
I called. Our office opens at 7 in the morning, and I called at 7 because I knew someone would answer at 7 o'clock. And I talked to my basic assistant, Mike Robinson, and told him that I wouldn't be coming in today.
And you saw Mr. Robinson in court today. I mean, yesterday, did you not?
I did. I mean, it was hard to recognize because it has been a long time since I've seen him.
And did you tell him, what did you tell him?
I basically said I wouldn't be coming in today.
Did you tell him you had been up all night?
I don't know if we had a conversation about that.
Well, did you tell him that you weren't well?
Well, the day before, a few days before, I've been having some sinus issues and drainage, so I wasn't up to my normal self as far as feeling, but that didn't come up in our conversation.
And but you didn't tell him that Bonnie had left and she hadn't been home, right?
No. Mike was just a worker. I was a part owner of the company, so I would not have to tell him if I didn't work the whole week. It wouldn't be any of his business.
Well, I mean, did you want to share your personal business with him?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Did you later get a call from Bernie?
I believe after 8 o'clock sometime I did get a call from Bernie.
What was that conversation about?
I believe he was looking for Bonnie.
Okay. And did you in fact tell him that Bonnie wasn't there?
I did, yes, sir.
What did you tell him?
I told him that she wasn't home.
Okay. Did you tell him that you knew where she went or didn't know where she went?
He asked me where she was, and I said I didn't have any idea. She left last night, and I was going to call them when it was her time because she doesn't go in until around 8:30 or 9, and it wasn't that time of day yet.
Did you tell him that you and she were having a conversation? She was upset?
I did. I told him we had a discussion that night, and I guess she was upset, I guess, and she left.
Okay.
When Bernie hung up with Michael, it wasn't long after that he got another call, confirming his fears that something was very, very wrong. One of Bernie's officer buddies was on the other line. The officer told him that they had recovered Bonnie's purse from a dumpster, and the officer suggested that he and Yvain came quickly down to the Red Roof Inn, a motel near the Jacksonville airport. At around 8 a.m., a maintenance worker at the Red Roof Inn went to throw a bag of trash into the dumpster when he noticed a lady's purse sitting on top. He brought the purse to his manager, who called the police. By 9:30 a.m., police, Michael Haim, his parents, were all gathered in a motel room with the contents of Bonnie's purse laid out on the bed. When Bernie and Yvain arrived, the only thing Michael said to them was, "Why'd you have that much money?" referring to the $400 in cash that Bonnie had in her wallet. Yvain said that stood out to her. Yvain also noticed that Michael was wearing a long-sleeved shirt, which stood out because he didn't wear long-sleeve shirts very often. Later that afternoon, Bonnie's car was recovered at the Jacksonville airport. Bonnie had not been witnessed at the airport, nor was she on any flights, though she wouldn't have gotten far without her purse containing all of her ID, bank cards, car keys, etc. A few things about the vehicle stood out to police. First, the driver's seat was extended far back, way further than Bonnie could have driven comfortably. Another thing was that there was a sandy shoe print in the front seat. At the insistence of Yvonne, the media was involved. Michael and his parents felt it was unnecessary to go to the press with Bonnie's disappearance, but Yvonne thought it was essential to get people looking for Bonnie in hopes of finding her. I'm going to insert a news clip that was shown at trial. Unfortunately, the audio is quite poor. However, it does show Michael and Yvonne in that clip.
We should keep her out where she couldn't notify me. I have a few problems, but, nothing. I have a few problems, but, nothing that we should keep her out where she couldn't notify me. She felt it was best if she left, and, just expect her back today. Basically, she just wasn't happy, and she wanted to leave, and, I couldn't, stop her from leaving. Nothing that we should keep her out where she couldn't notify me.
After that day, Aaron was put in the care of Bonnie's sister, Liz. And on January 8th, Aaron sat with social workers to determine if Aaron had seen anything or remembered anything from that evening. During that interview, it was determined that Aaron had likely witnessed a domestic dispute between Bonnie and Michael. Though he was only 3, he said that he saw Daddy hurt Mommy. A few years later, he was again brought to a child specialist and gave further testimony that he saw his father hurt his mother. Now an adult, he has no recollection of either interview and no memories of that night.
This exclusive video shows Bonnie's son Aaron when he was just 6 years old. His social worker and foster mother here questioning him about drawings that he's made and things that he said about his father hurting his mother. This is a clip of the social worker back then reading what he wrote.
My dad killed my mom. Then he threw the pocketbook away in a different place, somewhere near our house in a dumpster. He buried my mom. We digged it, the hole.
Now flash forward to 2019, and Aaron says he has no memory of those conversations. This is the only taped recall of what he said when he was young.
A loving family later adopted Aaron, and Aaron never lived with his biological father again. Aaron now goes by Aaron Fraser.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Brenda Metters.
What do you do for a living, Ms. Metters?
I'm a social worker.
How long have you been a social worker?
Since 1991.
What are your current duties as a social worker?
I'm a master's degree social worker currently with Apex Home Health and Doctor's Choice Home Health and St. Vincent's Home Health.
So you help people with health problems figure out what their living and home health arrangements are going to be?
Yes, or I help seniors once they're getting out of the hospital, help them get resources to help them stay in the home.
Is also part of your employment background that you did work with children?
Yes, sir.
When was that part of your career?
In 1991, I worked at the Child Protection Team, and then I worked for the State Attorney's Office working with victims, and then I also worked at a program through the military, which was a child abuse prevention program. So several years working in child abuse industry with children.
It sounds like it was early in your career that you
Yes, sir.
I want to turn your attention back to 1993, where you employed the Child Protection Team in 1993.
Yes, sir.
What is the Child Protection Team?
It's an independent agency that does forensic interviews and medical exams of children that are suspected of being abused for the Department of Children and Families, which used to be called HRS, and for the Sheriff's Office.
Is it common for the Child Protection Team to conduct interviews of young children?
Yes, sir.
And is that in cases where they may not actually be a victim, but they may have witnessed a violent crime?
Yes, sir, occasionally.
And why does the Child Protection Team get involved in that as opposed to a big sheriff's officer questioning each other?
Because we interviewed children in a childlike, friendly environment that would make them feel more comfortable, a lot less like what they have at the sheriff's office.
And is that, what was your job at the child protection?
I was a case coordinator, and I was a interviewer. I would do forensic interviews of children that had been suspected of abuse or had witnessed some type of incident.
So you had work experience in interviewing small children about delicate subjects?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive training?
Yes, sir.
Back in 1993, it was in the policy of the child protection team to video record these interviews.
Not at that time.
It changed later, you know.
So I learned, not while I was there, but yes, sir, it did change.
So while you were there, the policy was not to record.
That's correct.
How would you later document what happened in an interview if you were not video recording?
I would take notes right after the interview, and I would also, sometimes the detectives would take notes behind the glass. They would view the interview. We had a one-way mirror type situation where they could view in another room, and sometimes they would take notes.
Would you use those notes as well as your own notes in memory to compile it?
Yes, sir.
And did that happen in this particular case involving Aaron Hamm?
Yes, sir.
And when did you interview Aaron Hamm?
I interviewed him on January I believe it was the 8th.
And have you had the opportunity to review your typewritten report?
Yes, sir. Many reports.
And if there's ever a time you need a refresher, then just let us know.
Okay.
Now you said that he indicated that, quote, that Daddy had hurt Mommy, okay? Now you never determined, did you, as to what he was talking about, time-wise? Do I have an objection, Judge?
I haven't heard an objection.
You didn't try to establish time-wise when, quote, Daddy hurt Mommy, did you?
I did ask, was it during the daytime or nighttime, and he said nighttime.
During the investigation, officers pieced together a timeline of what had happened between Bonnie's call with Elaine and the next morning when her purse was found. According to Michael, after Bonnie's call with Elaine, the two sat down, had a conversation about their marriage, and during that conversation he said that Bonnie had told him she wanted a divorce and she would be taking Aaron and moving out. He said that around 11 p.m. he heard her leave the house and drive away. For several hours, he said he did nothing, but at 3 a.m. he called his mother to come watch Aaron while he went to look for her. Michael's mother arrived at his house shortly after 3 a.m. as she lived nearby. When she arrived, Michael took his truck and left for about 45 minutes. He claimed that he had driven to his parents-in-law's house to see if Bonnie's car was there. Interestingly, 45 minutes is about how long it takes to go from Michael and Bonnie's house to the Jacksonville airport and back. He returned and he said that he and his mother stayed up all night waiting for Bonnie to come home, and at 7 a.m. his mother left, he called into work, and a couple hours later he was contacted by police. Once media was involved, the case was heavily covered by local and national news. For weeks the media followed various search parties, but at this point the family was divided. Those who felt Michael was responsible for Bonnie's disappearance, and those who did not. Oddly enough, Bonnie's parents believed Michael's story that she'd run off with another man. They stood by him for decades, even telling media that they felt Bonnie had just run off.
There are thousands of women that leave their husbands and families every year. And it's always a complete surprise to their families. Is interesting, but beyond that, if it's his footprint, I'm not sure it means anything. My footprint is in my wife's car. That doesn't mean I have ever done her any harm. I'm not saying that I'm 100% convinced that Mike is innocent. I haven't seen any evidence that convinces me he's guilty. His behavior and general attitude convinces me that he's not guilty.
As well, in this image, you can see Michael and Bonnie's father. This was a still taken from a news segment filmed while Michael and his family were undertaking a search. In 1993, Michael was tall, physically fit, and could have easily overpowered Bonnie, as she was a petite woman of 115 pounds and stood about 5'1". After Bonnie's disappearance, an employee at Bernie's Tool and Fastener came forward with information. He had disclosed to officers that he had a close friendship with Bonnie, and a couple weeks before her disappearance, the couple had slept together once. In the weeks leading up to Bonnie's disappearance, he had come forward because Bonnie's husband, Michael, had been trying to get him to go hunting or go work out with him. He declined Michael's invitations and thought it was odd that they lived over an hour apart. He was concerned that Michael suspected his affair with Bonnie and was trying to put space between him and Michael, despite all three working together. He had felt that Michael would have hurt Bonnie had he been able to confirm that Bonnie had an affair. Though he was initially considered a secondary suspect, he cooperated fully with police, he had a strong alibi for his whereabouts, and he was no longer considered a suspect. He even, at multiple points, wore a recording device for law enforcement. The searches for Bonnie Haim lasted for several weeks, and they eventually stopped searching. Throughout the investigation, there was never enough physical evidence to convict Michael Haim. Without a body, the investigators were stalled. Over the years, several unknown bodies were discovered in northern Jacksonville, and each time they were compared. Each one ruled out. After 26 years, it seemed like the investigation would never find a resolution. In those years, Michael Haim remarried. He left Jacksonville in 1994 and relocated to Tennessee. He started a new life, living off the life insurance policy he received after his first wife's disappearance. Michael Haim maintained ownership of the home in Jacksonville, though he hadn't lived in the home since 1994. He had several tenants over the years, but his lease agreements had a couple of unique clauses. Under no circumstances were tenants allowed to dig in the yard, plant flowers, garden, or otherwise disturb the landscaping. Another stipulation was that all animals needed to be contained to the master bedroom when the tenants weren't home. He said this was because the carpeting throughout the home was new and white, and he wanted to preserve the carpets. In 2003, Aaron took Michael to court in a wrongful death lawsuit. Aaron won that verdict, and the courts awarded him $26.3 million, which also included the Jacksonville property.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
I'm Aaron Frazier.
And what do you do for a living?
Currently, I build docks and bulkheads.
And how long have you been doing that type of work?
Since August
of 2018?
Correct.
Before that, what did you do?
I had a lawn business for about 4 years.
What was the name of that lawn business?
Coastal Dream Lawn Care.
Where do you live? Just generally, what part of town?
On the north side.
And who do you live there with?
My wife.
And who else? Just the two of you?
Yeah, my parents live very close by. There's 15 acres there. I live on 5, and they live up towards the front of it.
And what are your parents?
Dorothy Jean Frazier and Ronald Frazier.
And did they raise you?
They did. From the time, I guess, around 4 years old.
And do you know a person by the name of Michael Haim?
I do.
And how do you know this person?
Legally, he's my biological father.
Did he raise you from 4 years on?
No.
Who's your mother?
Biologically, Bunny.
Yes. And that's what I meant, biologically. Do you have any memory of Bunny?
No.
Do you have any personal memory of her disappearance?
No.
Do you have any memory of being raised by either your mother, biological mother, or your biological father?
No.
Well, I turn your attention to 2439 Dolphin Avenue. Do you have any memory of living there as a child?
No.
Are you aware of that residence?
Yes.
And how are you aware of that residence?
I obtained the property, I believe, around 2003. And it had, I may be wrong with the date, but it had tenants in it when I It was in my possession, and they stayed there until I decided to, or they moved out, and that's when I decided to renovate it and sell it.
So I know you're not sure about the day you received it, but were you an adult when you received that property?
No.
Okay, so you were still a teenager?
Correct.
Okay. But you didn't receive the property when you were 4 or 5 years old?
No.
And do you know who had the property, who was the owner of the property before you?
Michael Ham.
Before December 14th of 2014, did you ever do any kind of digging or repairs in the backyard?
Not in the backyard, no.
Why did you decide to do all these repairs in the backyard?
Because it was in disrepair, in my opinion, and I wasn't sure at the time if I was going to rent it again or sell it, and it needed to be fixed up. The pool hadn't worked in a couple of years. It had settled, the concrete around it had settled and was cracked and needed to be either completely redone or demolished, and it was just more cost effective to get rid of it.
It was cheaper to just take it out and make it grass as opposed to making it new.
Correct.
And you weren't sure what you were going to do with it after that?
Not at the time.
Can you describe for the jury the condition of the outdoor shower?
I mean, everything about the home looked 20 years old plus, wasn't in really good shape. It had a bricks was the floor base on it, and there was a steel pipe that went up the wall with a shower head on it.
Was there a water fountain there?
There was not.
Do you know who the tenants were before you started doing this demolition?
Ted and Cynthia Mitchell.
And were they a long-term tenant?
Yes.
Do you know how long they were there?
Not exactly, but they were there the entire time that I owned the property, except for like maybe 6 months prior to doing the renovation.
And do you know who was there before that?
I'm not aware.
Did Ted and Cynthia Mitchell originally rent the property from Michael?
Yes.
And you just let them continue to rent it?
Correct. When I obtained it, I was going to kick them out because I was the new owner of it.
And did they leave of their own volition?
Yes. They moved to Fort Worth. Or Fort White, I'm sorry.
And so then you had it for about 6 months and you decided to do these renovations?
Correct.
Okay. So describe for the jury the type of renovations you were doing to the backyard.
Well, then, I mean, we did everything. We replaced the privacy fence that was in the back. We removed a big tree in the front, an orange tree in the back. The shed that was in the back we got rid of. We got rid of. I got rid of the shower. All the landscaping that was there was all redone.
And you say we. Who was helping?
Well, a lot of people, but I mean, at the time, I had the lawn business, and my employees with the lawn business were helping me when we weren't doing grass work, like on the weekends and stuff. And then my brother-in-law, Thad, was there during the demolition of the pool.
And were you using heavy equipment to
Yes.
establish this? Describe that heavy equipment.
It was a mini excavator. It was a 7,000-pound machine, just a bucket just that you could use to dig with, just so that you could pull the concrete apart.
And did you, the shower, the outdoor shower was actually separate from the pool?
Correct.
It was its own piece of brick and concrete?
Yeah, there was about 20 foot of grass in between the shower and the pool.
And did you have to not only take up all the pool concrete, but end up taking out the brick and the concrete surrounding the shower?
Yes, I did.
Why did you do that?
Because without the pool, there wouldn't be a purpose for the outdoor shower. And so I was just replacing the grass.
So you mentioned brick. When you were taking, were those bricks just kind of loosely placed in this shower area?
No.
Was there mortar faced?
They were mortared together.
So how did you get the bricks out?
About 2 weeks prior to us demoing the pool, I was there meeting a contractor. I can't remember who it was for. I believe it was for, we installed a large shower, enclosed shower inside, and he was there to take measurements for the glass door. I believe that's who I was meeting. It may have been a roofer, but I'm not positive. And I was there with one of my employees, and I wasn't sure exactly when the contractor was going to get there, so I was trying to find us busy work to do, so I wasn't paying him just to stand around, and I don't really like standing around doing nothing, so we took the bricks out because I knew that was just something that was going to have to happen when demoing the pool.
And so I guess you used a sledgehammer?
We used a sledgehammer.
What did you notice when you used a sledgehammer on the bricks?
That they begin to chip. Some of them stuck together, and then a lot of the pieces of the brick were just loose, flying around.
And then what did you do?
At that time, well, we put the bricks on the trailer and we took them off. That was all that we did that day.
Did you notice that under the bricks there was some concrete?
Yeah, there was a concrete slab poured under the bricks to level the ground.
Was there something unusual about that slab when you began the process of taking it out?
Yeah, it seemed odd to me. When we rolled the excavator over it to demo the pool, it cracked, and so that was on that machine working on the pool, and me and one of my employees began to pick up the pieces of concrete that cracked off of it, and we're putting it in a dumpster. We had a dumpster there for the pool demo stuff, and so we were just doing that by hand just to stay busy. It was thinner. Away from the house. It was the shower is up against the house, so the far closer we got to the shower, the thicker the concrete got. And inside the concrete, towards the house, was a bunch of broken brick pieces.
Approximately how deep was this thin layer of concrete?
Towards the outside of the shower, I would say it's about a ½ an inch, and up against the wall of the house, it was probably 3 inches.
Okay, so it's not very deep.
No.
In fact, the excavator cracked it with drove.
Correct.
Did eventually, during the process, did you have to, once you got all the concrete out of there, was there a leak?
Yes, and the thinner part of the concrete where the excavator rode over is what cracked. And I grabbed a sledgehammer and began hitting the concrete to bust up the rest of it that didn't crack. And I noticed that it was getting thicker and thicker and thicker and harder to bust apart with a sledgehammer. And the steel pipe was coming up through the concrete. So I was concerned that if I hit it, it would bust the pipe. And I was just standing there looking at that, and he noticed that I was thinking about something, and he said, just hit it, it'll be fine. And I hit it, and it broke the pipe. And so we stopped what we were doing because we were using a concrete saw to cut the pool, sections of the pool, and you need water to do that so it doesn't create a lot of dust and just blow dust everywhere. And so we had to fix the leak, but so we can continue to demo the pool.
How did you go about fixing the leak?
I just had to find the leak first, so I started using a shovel to dig the pipe up to find where it was broken.
Could you tell that it was coming from the piping that was basically under the shop?
Yeah, I mean, it was just exploding water out of it, so I knew it was there somewhere, I just had to find where.
And did you eventually shut off the water?
Yeah, we turned off the water so we weren't making a big mud mess.
But it was exploding for at least a little while.
Right.
Tell the jury what you found next.
I was digging the hole. I noticed, at the time, I thought it was a French drain off, because on the backside of this wall is the laundry room. I assumed it was a piece of corrugated pipe, and it was, I've seen like septic systems and stuff, they'll put styrofoam around them and then wrap them in a filter cloth so that the water can seep out but dirt doesn't get in it, so it allows this water to drain. If you have a well or something, you can take that water and run things and not have to pay for sewage and all that. So I assumed it was some kind of makeshift French drain. As I was digging the hole, it wasn't on purpose. I accidentally busted up the bag, and I saw what I describe as something that looked like coconut. It was a fibrous material, just like a brown coconut.
The bag, can you describe that a little bit more for the jury?
Yes, I mean, after I busted it and I had my hands on it, I would describe it as visqueen. I know most people don't know what that is. It's like a concrete, they'll put underneath concrete so moisture doesn't come up through it, but it's similar to like a contractor bag. That's what it appeared to be.
You thought it had something to do with the actual concrete brick that was protecting the shop, or that you were standing on from the shop?
Well, I thought it was for the French drain for the laundry room.
Okay. So you thought it had something to do with the drainage from the laundry room?
Correct.
Did you quickly realize that wasn't the case?
I wasn't quick. I I picked up the coconut object, and it ended up being the top portion of her skull. I looked at it. I had it in my hand. I didn't really see anything. I handed it to Thad. And he looked back in the hole, and we could see teeth. And at that point in time, you could see the top portion of her eye sockets.
So you already driven the shovel into that area?
Correct.
Okay, so your theory caused at least some damage?
Yeah, we certainly busted the bag and hit this remains.
So once you start seeing that it's human remains, what do you do?
We set the top portion of the skull back in the hole, and I called my mom, who I refer to as my mom, Jean Frazier. I actually call her Mima. I refer to her as my mom. To try to get Robbie Henson's phone number, because I knew he was the lead detective on the case. She wasn't home, she was at church. So I called my wife, who is obviously just like a half a mile away. She went down to my mom's house and got her Rolodex, looked up Robbie's number. I called him, he didn't answer, he was also in church. So I called Alyssa back, my wife, asked her to look up Laura Carper's number, who was a psychologist that I had been continuing to see. She had both her office number and her home number. I called her home number. I didn't have these numbers, but my Jean did. I called it, it referred me to her cell phone. I called her cell phone and left her a message that I think I might have found my mom. And she called back shortly later. In the meantime, Thad called one of his police friends that he goes to church with, because we weren't sure exactly what to do. We didn't know whether to call 911 or call somebody that was related to the case. We didn't want a bunch of media there, because we'd kind of seen how much media attention it had already got. We didn't want them to be police there. He got a friend of one of his friends, and they called a sergeant on our side of town, and he's the first police officer that showed up.
Eventually, did Robbie Henson come?
Yes.
And you say Robbie Henson, did you actually maintain a relationship with him through the years?
Yes. We went to the same church. I went to the First Baptist downtown through high school, and he was also a member of that. I seen him. We may talk here and there in passing, but he was there every Sunday, and I was there every Sunday.
So you knew who he was, and you knew he was one of the investigators on your mother's case?
Correct.
And so police came, and that's essentially your involvement with regard to finding the body.
Correct.
Did you eventually get control of the house again when police were done?
Yeah, it was, I'm not sure exactly how long, but it was, I would say probably 4 or 5 days later.
It wasn't just the next day?
No.
And were you able to complete the renovations and sell the house?
Yes.
Well, I go through some pictures so you can now describe for the jury where you found it, certain things, okay? It should come up on your screen. It doesn't. You just want to touch it. So I guess the first picture I want to show you is going to be State's Exhibit 3, because this photograph is an aerial of Dolphin Avenue, State's Exhibit 3. You see the shower area is covered by what appears to be wood planks. Is that the way the shower area was when you completed your renovation?
Not with the wood planks, no.
But is that the general area of what you would have done?
Exact same area and the same size.
And can we see sort of the shower with this straight line right here?
Correct.
So now, fast forwarding to 2014. State's Exhibit 49. Does this fairly accurately depict the front yard of Dolphin Avenue with your demo?
Yes.
And is that green trailer where you would put portions of the concrete that you would cut?
Yes.
We'll just go through it. State's Exhibit 50. Are those the pieces of the pool?
Some of it's the pool and some of it is the shower.
Okay, and we have a good picture of State's Exhibit 51. Is this going to be a picture of the shower concrete area?
Yeah, it's the shower with the broken pieces of bricks in it.
And can you kind of so can you show the jury what the bricks are? So we know.
There's just a bunch of little pieces
And do we sort of see in this photograph that it was thinner as it got further away and then thicker closer to the shower?
Yes. Can you go back?
Yes, sir.
I would say you see like this piece right here, how thin that is. That's how it was up towards the privacy fence. Really thin. This here is all pretty thin.
Okay. So that would be what we see in State's Exhibit 51, the brick cache was...
that was the stuff that was closer to the house.
And because the thinner parts were easily broken and crumbled into more pieces.
Right.
As opposed to one giant piece.
Right.
State's Exhibit 52 is evidence in the front yard of the demolition.
Yes.
And we can just run through these. State's Exhibit 54 is this evidence of the demolition.
Yes.
State's Exhibit, we'll skip to 56. Is this the excavator?
Yes.
And that's the green piece of machinery?
Correct.
We'll go to State's Exhibit 58. The State's Exhibit 58 fairly and accurately depicts the area that contained the bricks and the concrete.
Yes.
So that entire dirt area that we can see in State's Exhibit 58?
That square there.
So it was more than just a couple feet by a couple feet.
Yeah, I would say it was 5 by 5.
In State's Exhibit 59, do we see the shovel that you were using?
Yes.
And is that, when you found Bonnie Hames' skull, did you stop digging?
Yes.
So that's as far as you got what we see in State's Exhibit 59.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 60, is that again a different angle of how deep you got?
Yes.
And do we actually see pieces of what turned out to be Bonnie Hames' skull?
Yes.
You say you tried to put some of it back, or did you just drop it in?
Yeah, I'm not sure. My recollection was we put it back in the hole, but I'm not sure.
Okay. State's Exhibit 61, is that the pipe you were referring to?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 62, is that going to be the part of the black tarp that you cut here? And then finally, State's Exhibit 65, is that going to be where you say you saw some form of key?
Yes.
Did you believe that you had found your biological mother at that point?
Yes.
Aaron Fraser has no lasting memories of his mother, relying solely on pictures, home videos, and stories from those who remembered her. Aaron made the grisly discovery. I cannot imagine that trauma he is dealing with. He sat in that courtroom, faced the man who murdered his mother with so much strength to bring her justice. After the discovery of the remains, a full forensic investigation begins. Due to the time and the location of the remains, much evidence was lost. No cause of death could be determined. However, there was evidence of what could have been damage from a projectile on the inside of a hip bone, but there was no way to know for sure. Officers that had searched the home in the days preceding Bonnie's disappearance all admitted to not checking under the shower area. Officers had felt that the area had not been disturbed, and everyone had assumed that the wood pallet wasn't easily moved. There were a bunch of things on top of the wood pallet, and it looked very normal there. Bernie had sold the property to Michael when the couple had first married. When he had owned the property, he said that the shower area had been soil with a layer of bricks, covered with pebbles for drainage, and topped with what was described as a wood pallet to keep your feet clean while using the shower. When Aaron was demolishing the area, he said that underneath the wood pallet had a layer of concrete covering up broken bricks. Those that had excavated the site described a lot of pebbles mixed in with the soil. Though we may never know what happened that night, investigators feel that a likely series of events were as followed. On January 6, 1993, Bonnie Haim told her husband that she was leaving him. Michael Haim was a jealous, overbearing, violent husband who may have suspected his young wife had an affair while he'd been out of town. He was never going to let her go. He knew that Bonnie would thrive without him. The beautiful, charismatic, fun-loving woman had her whole life ahead of her. He took that option away. He instead decided to end her life that evening. He then hid her underneath an outdoor shower area, breaking through the bricks, digging only 2 feet down. He placed the body in a shallow grave, covered it, and laid quick-drying concrete on top of it. Covered the concrete with the wood pallet and piled a bunch of items from the storage shed on top. He then tidied the house and called his mother around 3 a.m. It wouldn't be beyond the scope of imagination to hypothesize that his mother may have helped him cover it up. Mind you, I'm just going to say allegedly a few times. They were together from 3 a.m. to 7 a.m. There were multiple wet towels that faintly smelled like bleach that were gathered by investigators, but they weren't able to get any evidence from them. Michael and his mother may have dumped Bonnie's purse at the Red Roof Inn and drove her car, and she may have helped him drive Bonnie's car to the airport. I imagine that Michael needed a second person to drive a secondary vehicle, but there's no evidence to prove that, and he's still maintaining his innocence as well as her own. According to officers, the keys recovered from Bonnie's purse were the spare set of keys. When officers asked family members for Bonnie's keys, the keys were recovered from the home. It was odd that, according to Michael's story, Bonnie would leave that evening and not take her regular key ring, but the spare key from the dealership. Officers hypothesized that at some point after midnight in the early morning hours, someone, likely Michael, drove Bonnie's car to the Jacksonville airport and parked it in the long-term parking area. They knew it was after midnight because employees that worked in the airport would count how many cars, and no one who worked at the airport remembered seeing that car there until the next morning. Afterwards, the purse was dumped in a nearby motel dumpster in an effort to paint a narrative that Bonnie had up and left town. It was likely Michael's hope that the purse would never be found and the car was discovered first. Unfortunately for him, the series of events did not occur that way.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been introduced as State's Exhibit 5. Is this an aerial photograph of the Red Roof Inn? Touch your screen and it should come on. Oh. Is that an aerial photograph of the Red Roof Inn?
Yes.
And do we see the dumpster here in the back?
Yes.
And then we have State's Exhibit 6, and again, you can see the dumpster in the back?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 8 is Google Maps to show that the Red Roof Inn is in relatively close proximity to the airport. Is that your memory of where the Red Roof Inn is in relation to the airport?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 9, what's the jury looking at here?
This is a photograph of the dumpster, the one with all the debris in it, and the second dumpster that we brought in to transfer that debris as we searched the dumpster.
So the dumpster to the left of the photograph was actually just brought in to hold the garbage?
Correct.
What was the purpose of going through that dumpster?
We were looking for any additional evidence, for any remains that might be possible.
State's Exhibit number 10. Did you have anything to do with the photography that took place with regard to the purse?
No, sir.
Additionally, there's also the shoe prints in Bonnie's car that match his shoes, and also the positioning of the seat drew questions.
Have you seen that picture before?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Were you actually consulted in this case when the vehicle came into FDLE's warehouse?
Yes.
And how did that process take place? Who consulted you?
I was notified that there was a footwear track on the left driver's seat pad, the floor mat in there that they would like me to look at because it appeared to have sufficient detail for comparative examination.
And who were you working with at FDLE with regard to this particular track?
Well, there were main ones were Alan Miller and Steve Leary and John Longworth.
And was Alan Miller, was he going through the training process to be able to do the kind of analysis that you do?
Yes, he was in that training, but he was our senior crime scene analyst as well.
And let me show you what's, I'm going to go through to states 143, 142. Is that a close-up of the format that you saw that day?
Yes, it's the format.
Okay. The screen in front of you is active so that you can use your finger to make circles and things like that. Could you draw a circle around the print that you observed that day when you first analyzed the car? And there's a whitish substance. What did that appear to be?
Appears to be sand.
Okay. And when you observed the print, at this point you were just looking at it with your naked eye?
Yes, I was.
Okay. What instructions, if any, did you give with regard to removing this car mat so you could do further analysis?
Well, the mat would have to be removed to be photographed in a photo where different lighting techniques are used. So it would have to be removed carefully and then transported to a photo section.
And why was the need? Why you use the word carefully? Why did you use that word?
Well, because it appeared to be fragile with some sort of substance.
All right, and then showing you States Exhibit 144. What are we looking at in States 144?
Looks to be like the mat has been removed and laid out.
Okay. And how is this particular photograph generated?
Sure.
How is this particular photograph generated? In terms of the view that we're looking at the mat, where's the camera? Where's the photo taken from?
It appears that the camera is straight overhead. I'm not sure about what surface it is on, but directly overhead.
All right. And there's a small white line. Is that a ruler?
Yes.
And why do you use a ruler like that?
We always want a scale in any of our comparative examinations dealing with footwear and tire, because a scale then gives us a record we can match to an object, either directly by its true size or by enlarging it to the comparison size.
And then showing you States Exhibit 145, what are we looking at in States 145?
Again, you're looking at the footwear track we had on the map.
Close up?
Yes, it is close up.
And then States 146?
A little closer.
In States 146, are you able to see any pattern?
Not as well as I've observed on this particular photograph.
Okay. Let me ask you, with regard to after photographing this particular track, what other steps were taken to preserve this track?
Well, there was a cast made out of denstone.
And do you, after you make that cast, can you explain to the jury why you make a cast and what the function is?
The cast is another way of preserving it because you then remove it from the surface that it's on, the substrate, the mat, and you have it separate from that. Also, a cast may show features that you do not see of the track in the carpet.
And then once you've photographed the track and once you've made a cast of it, do you make a determination as to which is going to be your better source to use?
You may use both of them.
Okay. Do you you have a recollection that shortly after observing this track and documenting and casting it, you were provided a pair of shoes to conduct an analysis upon?
Yes, I was.
And showed you States Exhibit 147, a pair of Nike Air Advantage shoes. Is that the shoes that you analyzed?
It would be. On the bottom of the photograph, there is a scale, again, because we like scales. Also, there's an evidence identification by number and with Mr. Miller's initials.
Okay. And to explain to the jurors what you did once you have these shoes, you've got this track that you've now photographed and made a cast of. What process do you use at that point?
In this case, because the track and the floor mat appeared to be from the heel area, made a transparent overlay of the heel area to be placed on a true size photograph to make a comparison with the overlay to the question track.
Okay. And you use the phrase transparent overlay. I'm going to take you back to 1993. Explain that process. What do you do to make a transparent overlay?
The technique I used was what you call roller transport cleanup film. It is a special film designed to work on automatic film processors. It has a gel-type surface, and once you wet this surface, it becomes soft. You can apply different powders or substances to the footwear. In my case, I would use probably red powder. You could use white powder, black powder. And then once the gel on the transport film, which is a clear film, once it's softened, you step on it, and that powder then is adhered to the file, to the film. And it will dry, and the powder will be retained in the gel surface.
And showing you States Exhibit 148, is that the bottom of the shoes you conducted analysis upon?
Yes, it is. That is the outsole area.
When you conducted your analysis, was the white sandy substance present on the shoes?
There was some, I don't recall specifically where it was there, because the sand is another form of evidence that would have been collected.
And that would have been collected before you conducted your analysis?
Yes, it would.
Okay. So when you were describing making the transparency, you would be using the bottom of these shoes to make that transparency?
Yes, I would.
All right. And what analysis did you conduct after you made the transparency?
I compared by an overlay technique what features I had in the transparency to the true size photograph of the track.
And on the track itself that you were analyzing, did you observe anything other than class characteristics?
Well, the different class characteristics that were observed. First, there was what we call the gross design with the herringbone, which is a series of zigzag lines in the bottom of the shoe. That was the main design feature. And there's also a groove around the heel area. And then there's an outside sole area that is clear. So our class characteristics would be first the herringbone design.
Could you circle that on the proper in front of you, the herringbone design that you referred to? That's the first class characteristic?
Yes.
And then what's the next one?
The next one would be the groove around the heel. It's a thin line.
And what is the next one?
And then, of course, the overall outsole as well.
Okay. All right, sir. I'm going to place States Exhibit 146 on the overhead for you so that I can enlarge it. Tell me when to stop. Can you see that?
Yes.
All right, can you describe for the jurors where you're observing those same class characteristics that you just described for us on the shoe?
This photograph does not really show the design that well. There were other photographs.
Which other photograph would you? Let me go to the pictures. Can you camera? So showing you 145, is that better?
That is a little bit better, yes.
Okay. So can you just use the teleprompter in front of you to show where you observe the track in the map?
See the outside edge of footwear. And here you see angled lines of the herringbone design.
And those, again, are class characteristics?
Yes, they are.
Did you, after you conducted this transparency overlay evaluation, did you do any more evaluation on the cast that you had created?
No, I did not. The cache was made to recover it, but we had the sufficient information in the photographs we had.
Okay. And after conducting the overlay, and when you did that, you actually placed your transparency on the photograph itself?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And after doing that, what was your opinion with regard to whether the shoes that you had analyzed, whether that shoe could have made the particular track in question?
I had agreement on the gross characteristic of the herringbone design, and then I limited class characteristic in how the edges of the herringbone design met the groove next to the outsole border. So that there are actually two different class characteristics involved there. One of the design, one of how the design interacts with other features of the footwear. And so I made that comparison, found that to be an agreement, such that I could form the opinion that the footwear, the shoe I had, the Nike Advantage size 10, definitely made, or could have made, not made, could have made the footwear track on the panel, on the floor mat of the car.
And you also did a little bit of analysis, or Mr. Miller, under your direction, did some analysis on some footprints that were found in the back seat of the vehicle. Did you do any analysis on the back seat footprints?
Just to confirm that his opinion on that they could have. There was nothing of value for comparative examination that I could recall.
Okay. And going back to the print that we have on the photograph, you cannot say that those shoes definitely made that particular track, but your opinion is that those shoes definitely could have made. Okay. How would you use the word definite in terms of your opinion?
The secondary, or the class characteristics that I call the limited one, or the second limited characteristics. Those are formed, that's where the herringbone design meets the border of the design of the outsole. Those features, how it intersects there, is determined a lot of times by the size of the outsole. These outsoles are designed in such a way that they'll use different templates for different sizes. And one template, the edges or the angles of the herringbone are different from size to size. In this case, there was an agreement in the herringbone design as it met the edge of the design features, such that it's my opinion that it was of the same size. This then reduces it, the number of observations or the number of associations we can make. And this is why the term definitely was, because I believe it to be in the same size category.
Michael's story also changed throughout the years. He had first said that after 8:30, Bonnie had gone on her stepper before leaving the house. During his trial, he said that Bonnie was painting her nails and sewing something. Bonnie wore acrylic nails. They were actually recovered intact after so many years unscathed. Bonnie always had her nails done routinely at the salon, and you can't really paint over acrylic nails with bottled nail polish. It messes with the manicure. It would be highly unusual for someone to paint over their salon manicure with a bottled nail polish. In 1993, Michael had also said that Bonnie left the house wearing jeans and a sweater. In the gravesite, Bonnie was wearing pink sweatpants when her remains were recovered, and in the burial site there were also synthetic threads from an extra-large Fruit of the Loom cotton t-shirt. The cotton had worn away with time, but it left the synthetic threads that once held the garment together.
Just the screen where it should come on. Do you see it now?
Yes.
Who's the lady in the white jacket?
The lady with the white hair and the white jacket is me.
And so you actually went to the scene and examined some of the pieces of evidence, the bones, while the excavation was being done.
That's correct.
I'm going to show you what's been entered into evidence. It states Exhibit 117. Is this how the medical examiner's office received the remains of Bonnie Haim?
Yes.
So I'm going to go through a few pictures. The remains, was it something that was easy to do to separate all the dirt and rocks and things and determine what was part of the skeleton and what was just dirt and rocks?
It was very difficult, especially considering I am not an anthropologist, so being able to decide what's a pebble and what's part of a bone can be very difficult.
Even to your trained eye. Sorry, trained eye.
Right, because bones are not our purview. Plus, the bones were embedded in dirt, and there were various fabrics on and around the area. So, yes, it took several days.
So this was not an easy one?
No.
Is photography important for your job?
Yes, we have a forensic photographer that takes pictures of all of our cases.
And why is that important?
It's just another way to objectify and to make sure that things get recorded.
So I'm going to go through some of those photographs with you so you can explain to the jury what they see in those photographs. And I'll begin with State's Exhibit 118, which is, I guess, the area of the top of the body that was after the plastic wrapping has been taken off. Is that what the jury's looking at here?
Yes, that would be the dirt with some roots growing out of it, and you may be able to see parts of several bones. There are some shredded pieces of plastic and what looks like string.
And so I can, and you can too as well. We see a number, the 2030 number here, identifying this as your autopsy or I guess medical exam review or
That's
remains
correct.
review. So the jury knows this is related to this case.
Yes, that's the identifying number.
And then we also see here, I mean, you mentioned bones. I think we see some of them pretty obvious in the State's Exhibit 118, where I've drawn the green line.
Okay.
Do we also see, when we refer to the plastic, is that going to be these items here?
Yes. There's also some plastic, little pieces of plastic that are pink.
Are you referring to the pink items here?
Yeah. Yes.
And then I think you mentioned string. Is that going to be this item here?
Yes.
And then you mentioned all the roots, which is going to be in here?
That's correct.
So just give a jury an idea of what they're looking at. And then going now to State's Exhibit 119, is this going to be the lower portion of the remains of Bonnie Haim?
It looks like it.
Did you end up removing a pair of pants from these remains?
Yes.
Okay, well, there was like pink sweatpants?
They were either sweatpants or pajama bottoms or something to that effect.
And do we see that garment apparently on the legs like this?
Yes, I believe that would be them.
And this is the way the body came to you when you began the process of unwrapping and using your forensic photographer to take pictures?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 120, what are they looking at here?
This looks like it's a portion of the cranial vault.
State's Exhibit 120, what are they looking at here?
Various pieces of bone and teeth.
State's Exhibit 122, what are they looking at here?
This is a long bone.
State's Exhibit 123.
Teeth.
State's Exhibit 124, what are they looking at?
Mostly pebbles, but there may actually be some portion of bone in there.
And again, is that going to be more along the lines of a forensic anthropologist being able to identify those kinds of things?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 125, is that going to be that string that we referred to earlier?
Yes.
It actually has a tag on it. Do you see that?
Yes, it does.
I think you took a close-up of that tag as well.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 127, and those would be those pink sweatpants and or pajama bottoms in the photograph?
That's correct.
So you photograph these as, without cleaning them or doing any kind of direct disruption to them other than taking them, taking the remains out of them, I guess is the best way to say it.
Right, and laying them on the paper so that we can photograph them.
And do we actually see some of the remains slightly above those pants?
There are portions of long bones up there and maybe a shoulder, I'm not sure, some other bones.
And then did you take a photograph of the tag of those pink garments?
Yes. This would be it.
State's Exhibit 129, is this what you refer to as Bonnie Haim's undergarment?
Yes.
Underwear?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 130, what is this?
That, as it turned out, is a black plastic poncho. At the time, we weren't sure whether it was a trash bag or something else, but as we started to look at it more closely, it became more obvious that it was a poncho.
I know the jury can see it for the record, that, so it's on the transcript. The poncho is a Mickey Mouse poncho. The character Mickey Mouse is on the front.
Yeah, somewhere.
Okay. I think it's right here. If you can't see it.
Probably a portion of it. I'm just having a hard time
Yes.
figuring it out.
The poncho itself, was it in like a fragile condition, or was it like, it wasn't the way a poncho normally felt?
It was very lightweight plastic material that was very wrinkled.
And did you, in State's Exhibit 131, do we see one of the fasteners that you could do to make the poncho fit a little bit better?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 132, what are we looking at here?
More pebbles and possible bones.
And we can see a little bit of that poncho here to the right?
That's correct.
Okay. So, Doctor, I didn't ask you this about the poncho. Is this poncho, this black plastic, is that what we saw in the original pictures at the top of the body?
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
The poncho did not cover the entire body?
I don't think it covered the entire body.
It was more towards the top?
In some place, yes. Not every place.
State's Exhibit 133, what are we looking at here?
Even smaller pebbles and possible bone fragments.
State's Exhibit 134?
More of the same, including most of the bones, as well as some of the clothing, some of that pink plastic material.
Thank you, Doctor. So I think I want to show you, I want to fast forward now. State's Exhibit 135. Is that a photograph that your office took or one that Heather Walsh handed?
I believe that was probably taken by Dr. Haney.
And she renders some opinions with regard to that. Do you have any opinions about what that is?
It's a circular defect.
And nothing more than that, you would defer to Dr. Haney?
Yes.
During the course of going through the actual body that was on the table, did you find some possible shell casings and projectiles that you collected and eventually gave to the sheriff's office?
Yes, I'm not sure whether Dr. Walsh-Haney found them or whether we had found them. I just don't know. I don't remember the sequence of things at this point. But yeah, this is what we supposed was a metal jacket that would cover a projectile.
But whether it was you or Dr. Haney, those items were recovered from the body itself that was shipped to your office.
They were right. They were in and amongst all of the materials that came in on that backboard.
So I just want to go back. The items contained in 136 would have been located within the items contained in State's Exhibit 117, which was what you received in the medical exam.
Correct.
And finally, State's Exhibit 137, this is going to be a full layout of the skeletal remains, essentially in their anatomically correct position.
Essentially anatomically correct.
Were you aware of the fact that Heather Walsh-Haney also briefly came to that scene?
What we know is that truth never changes. From decade after decade, the truth never fades. Michael Haim was never able to keep his story straight. His defense team could not come up with an alternate explanation on how Bonnie Haim ended up underneath the outdoor shower. His trial in 2019 lasted 3 days. Almost its entirety is available on YouTube, and I'll link it in the description box. I watched the whole thing, and it is not great for Michael. Evidently, the jury agreed, as it only took them 90 minutes to deliberate.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You can take your seats. I understand the jury has reached a verdict. Is that true? And you provided the verdict form to Ms. James, who's provided it to me. Finding no errors or omissions in the verdict form, Mr. McAllister, would you please publish the verdict?
In the Circuit Court of the 4th Judicial Circuit, and for Duval County, Florida, case number 2015 CF 7825 for Division CRE, State of Florida versus Michael Ray Haim. Verdict. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of murder in the second degree as charged in the information. So say we all that object for Duval County, Florida, signed by the foreperson, I, on April 12, 2019.
On May 21, 2019, Michael Haim was charged with second-degree murder and was sentenced to life in prison. After 2 decades of freedom, he finally faced the consequences of his selfish actions. Those who had advocated for Bonnie were allowed to watch as the man that they knew had hurt their loved one would serve justice. Though it won't bring Bonnie back, hopefully, they can now heal with answers and justice. Number 1. Janet Love. For almost 36 years, the mysterious murder of a Bedford, Texas woman has now been solved. In 1986, 32-year-old Janet Elaine Love was a ticket agent for Delta Airlines. When she didn't show up for work on April 24th, 2 of her colleagues went to her apartment off of L. Don Dodson Drive to check on her. Inside the apartment, they found Janet's body. She had been sexually assaulted and shot. Investigators followed up on possible leads for years after Janet's death, but could never identify her killer. They were, however, able to collect a DNA profile from samples found at the crime scene and entered evidence into the FBI Combined DNA Index System, or CODIS, in hopes of finding a match to a suspect, but it came up empty. As technology improved, so did investigators' chances of solving the decades-old cold case. In late 2020, a Texas Department of Public Safety grant called the Sexual Assault Kit Initiative Program gave Bedford police the funding and resources that would change everything. Investigators got to work bringing in a genealogist and using public records to establish a family tree for the suspect based on the DNA profile collected from the crime scene. They were able to determine the suspect's name and reached out to his relatives to confirm the DNA match via kinship analysis completed by the University of North Texas Center for Human Identification. In September, they were able to ID Jeanette's murderer, Ray Anthony Chapa. Chapa lived less than 1,000 feet from Janet, a neighboring apartment complex, but had no known connection to her. He died in January 2021 from a terminal illness. Investigators have connected Chapa to additional sexual assaults in North Texas and are working with the FBI to uncover other potential offenses. Jeanette's sister Rebecca remembers her as someone who loved to joke around and make people laugh. She hopes the other family members of Chapa's victims find peace and closure.
They all deserve to feel some closure and some sense of justice in this, and I hope they get that. I'm very thankful that she wasn't forgotten.
Number 2. Gregory Bender. In February of 2018, Patrick De La Cerda was gunned down at his home in Deltona, Florida. The 25-year-old was newly engaged to his girlfriend Vidya Devani, and the two were excited to start their life together, especially after the tumultuous relationship Vidya had with her ex-boyfriend Gregory Bender. Vidya had broken up with Bender, a wealthy hedge fund manager, after discovering he had a wife, though he claimed the marriage was a business arrangement made so the wife's child could attend school in a specific district. After Bender and Vidya broke up, she met Patrick, but when Bender found out about their relationship, he began sending threatening texts and voicemails to the couple. The couple was granted a restraining order against Bender, in which he was ordered to surrender his collection of guns. For a few months, the threats stopped. That is, until the morning of February 27, 2018, when Vidya received a call from Bender. She didn't pick up, but was suspicious of why he'd been reaching out again. He started to worry for Patrick's safety and rushed over to his home, but it was too late. She found Patrick dead from a gunshot wound in his driveway. Vidya immediately suspected Bender, but the police had no evidence to arrest him. Then Bender's soon-to-be ex-wife, Damara Sanchez, sent in a tip. She'd heard about the murder on the news and realized it sounded similar to what she found in one of Bender's notebooks. He had written out a detailed plan of how he would kill Patrick and had drawn a map of his property, indicating how he would go about undetected. When she confronted Bender about what she'd found, he said the notes were just a fantasy. After receiving this information from Damara, the police had probable cause to search Bender's home. Almost immediately, they found the plan and map in a trash can, just as Damara described. Although the murder weapon was never located, police found ammunition and a shell casing that matched those at the crime scene in Bender's home. According to prosecutors, Benders lured Patrick to the front door by calling him from a burner phone, pretending to be a delivery man and saying that he had a package for him. When Patrick opened the door, Bender fired. Bender was arrested in connection to Patrick's murder and did not take the stand during the trial. On May 28, 2021, after 2 hours of jury deliberation, he was found guilty of first-degree murder in the death of Patrick de la Cerda. He is currently serving a life prison with no possibility of parole. Now, I would like to take a minute to talk about today's sponsor, BetterHelp. Is there something interfering with your happiness or preventing you from achieving your goals? This last year has been a roller coaster in so many ways, and it is totally normal to work on those emotional twists and turns. BetterHelp will assess your needs and match you with your own licensed professional therapist, and you can start communicating in as little as 48 hours. It is super easy. You take a quick questionnaire and get matched to one of BetterHelp's network of over 20,000 therapists. It is available to clients worldwide, and they do their best to match you with someone as locally as possible. You can log into your account anytime and message your therapist. In addition to the messaging, you can schedule weekly video sessions or phone sessions, so you don't have to sit in a waiting room or commute to an appointment. BetterHelp is committed to helping you find the perfect someone you are comfortable with, and it is free and easy to change therapists if necessary. BetterHelp is more affordable than traditional in-office therapy, and financial aid is available if needed. BetterHelp wants you to start living a happier life today. BetterHelp is not a crisis line, it isn't self-help, it is a way to get professional therapy done securely online. Check out my link, betterhelp.com/TCM, and use my code TCM to get 10% off your first month and get started today. That is betterhelp.com/TCM to get 10% off. Join over 2 million people taking charge of their mental health with the help of experienced professionals. Thank you again to BetterHelp for sponsoring this video. Number 3. Helen Cardwell. In 1992, Helen Cardwell was ready to start fresh. The 35-year-old had just moved to Niles, Texas from West Virginia and was living at the Leaning Tower YMCA. She was about to start a new job as a technician at the Lutheran General Hospital. But when her sister came to visit her on November 7, 1992, she found Helen strangled to death in her room. The police were never able to identify a suspect, but were able to gather DNA samples from the crime scene. Eventually, the case went cold. In 2020, Niles Police Department formed a cold case team dedicated to solving Helen's murder. Using modern forensic technology previously unavailable to them, they were able to extract a DNA profile from samples found at the crime scene and matched it to a now 72-year-old man named Richard Sisto. Sisto had been living in the Niles area at the time of Helen's murder, though police wouldn't say if there was a known connection between the two. But even though police were able to identify Sisto as a suspect, they had a hard time locating him, until a search in a police database revealed he was already in custody for a parole violation in Harris County, Texas. In August of 2021, police traveled to Harris County to interview Sisto and collect another DNA sample, and in October, he was charged with the murder of Helen Cardwell. Helen's sister Noka expressed her gratitude to the Niles police, saying,
"I'm so grateful that they decided to reopen this case, and I just appreciate everyone's efforts in solving her murder."
Number 4. Mary Pryor.
In 1997, her body was found beaten, suffocated, and raped in a swampy area just behind her house.
I kept an obituary on my desk for decades, so I never lost focus.
When you lose a loved one in such a brutal manner, it never goes away from your mind. And the only way we can try to provide some peace of mind is through the courtroom, the presentation of the evidence, and hopefully a conviction.
Next, a probable cause conference with Burr's defense lawyers, followed by a preliminary examination. For WNEM TV5, I'm Kendall Keys.
The Genesee County Sheriff's Office has arrested a longtime suspect in the 1997 homicide of Mary Pryor. 80-year-old Mary was a fixture in her town of Lennon, Michigan. She went to Mass 6 times a week and visited the same cafe for lunch and dinner every day, which made her murder all the more shocking to the community. On February 27, 1997, Mary's brother called the police after visiting Mary's home and finding the door ajar. Her beloved dog inside, but no signs of Mary. Her body was discovered around 2 p.m. that day, wrapped in a blanket in a swampy area behind her home. She had been sexually assaulted and beaten, and the perpetrator was never found. In 2002, Genesee County Sheriff Chris Swanson was assigned to the case. He'd kept a copy of Mary's obituary on his desk to make sure he never forgot his mission. In 2004, he interviewed a suspect named Michael Burr, who was a junior in high school at the time of Mary's murder. Though Burr couldn't be arrested at the time due to lack of evidence, they were able to get a DNA sample from him. Swanson told him that next time he saw him, he'd be in shackles and charged with murder. And in November of 2021, that promise came true. Thanks to technological advances in DNA testing, investigators were able to compare the DNA collected from the crime scene to the DNA collected from Burr, and it was a 1 in 1.9 octillion match. Burr since has been charged with murder, criminal sexual conduct in the first degree, and kidnapping. Number 5. Jessica Gutierrez. It has been 35 years since 4-year-old Jessica Gutierrez was taken from her home in Lexington County, North Carolina, and now the man responsible for her disappearance and murder has been charged. On the night of June 5, 1987, Jessica was sleeping in her room with her 6-year-old sister, Becky. But when their mother, Deborah, woke up the next morning, Jessica was nowhere to be found. The room was littered with paper, the front door was open, and the curtains were torn off the window. Becky told her mother that Jessica had been taken by the man with the magic hat and beard. Their mother then called the local law enforcement, who conducted an unsuccessful search of the area. Investigators determined that someone had broken into their home and had taken Jessica before leaving out the front door. A single fingerprint was found on the windowsill of the bedroom. The fingerprint was later matched to a longtime family acquaintance, Thomas McDowell, after he was convicted of a rape in 1987. He served 10 years in prison for the rape and was released in 1997, and still remained a suspect in Jessica's disappearance. During his time in prison, McDowell allegedly confessed to a cellmate that he'd kidnapped a girl in Lexington County, and that he'd been wearing a tall cowboy hat at the time. The cellmate reported the information to the police, who repeatedly searched the landfill but found nothing. Authorities questioned McDowell, who offered to confess to the crime in exchange for immunity from prosecution, but that was denied. At the time, there wasn't sufficient evidence to prosecute McDowell for the crime. But in 2020, the Lexington County Sheriff's Office cold case team took another look at Jessica's case with the help of the FBI, analysis from the Child Abduction Rapid Deployment Team, and prosecutors from the South Carolina Attorney General's Office. Attorney General Alan Wilson said newly discovered information helped them confirm McDowell was the perpetrator. Jessica's mother, Deborah Gutierrez, was relieved her daughter's killer has finally been caught. "I'm glad God brought me to see it," she said. "I prayed he would bring me through it, and we waited for this a long time." In January of 2022, McDowell was taken into custody and charged with kidnapping, first-degree burglary, and the murder of Jessica Gutierrez, who is still missing and presumed dead. He is currently being held at the Wake County Detention Center without bail.
It's one step closer to answers and justice for my sister. My family and I, we really don't believe that, the streets are safe with this caliber man walking them freely.
Number 6, Marissa Rolfe Harvey. Marissa Rolfe Harvey was 15 years old when she found out she had a half-sister. She had been adopted when she was 3 and was living with her family in New York when one day in December of 1977, her newfound sibling showed up at her door. Marissa was thrilled about the discovery and begged her parents to let her visit her sister in San Francisco in the coming spring. They reluctantly agreed, and she flew to the city during her Easter break, arriving on March 24, 1978. She spent the weekend with her sister, and on Monday asked to go horseback riding, which was one of her favorite hobbies. Her friend's sister dropped her off at the Golden Gate Park stables, but they were closed, and Marissa was left stranded and alone. When Marissa didn't return home to her sister's apartment later that day, she called the police and reported her missing. The next day, a man found Marissa's body in Sutro Heights Park, less than half-mile away from the stables. According to the coroner, Marissa had been badly beaten and strangled to death. The San Francisco Police Department conducted an exhaustive investigation, but ultimately could not identify a suspect in Marissa's murder. Then, in October 2020, the department's cold case unit reopened Marissa's case. Supported by advanced technology from the department's Forensic Science Division, the police identified a suspect, 76-year-old Mark Stanley Personette, from Conifer, Colorado. On December 15, 2021, Personette was arrested by Jefferson County Sheriff's Office in Colorado and held without bail on the charge of being a fugitive of justice. His criminal record included aggravated sexual assault, and the San Francisco Police Department is asking other law enforcement agencies to review similar cold cases in which Personette may be a suspect. Number 7. Rosemarie Moniz. Investigators in Connecticut have solved a 2001 cold case after re-examining a conch shell used in the murder.
This was the scene on March 24, 2001, a New Bedford neighborhood on edge after a woman was found murdered inside her Acushnet Avenue home.
Bedford police received a 911 call in our communications center in regards to an unresponsive female on a floor.
Rosemarie Moniz of New Bedford, Connecticut, was found dead in her home on March 23, 2001, when her father stopped by to pick her up for a doctor's appointment. The 41-year-old had been beaten to death with a fireplace poker, a conch shell, and a cast iron fireplace kettle. Since her purse had been emptied out onto the floor and money was missing, police initially assumed it was a robbery, but there were no signs of forced entry. After ruling out 2 suspects, the case went unsolved for almost 2 decades. Then, in 2019, the Bristol County's District Attorney's Office and Massachusetts State Police Unsolved Crime Unit reopened the case. Investigators reviewed photos of abrasions and contusions on the victim's face, and they were caused by the conch shell's exterior, and determined that the perpetrator had to have put his fingers inside the conch shell to strike the victim. When they re-examined the conch shell and tested it for DNA, they found a full profile. They uploaded the profile to the National DNA Database, and it led to a match. It was Rose's half-brother David Reed, who was a pallbearer at her funeral. Reed's DNA was already in the database after a 2003 assault and robbery of a different New Bedford woman. He had been arrested and charged for the crime, but he never showed up to trial. In August of 2020, investigators interviewed Reed about Rose's murder. Soon after, he fled his home in Massachusetts and evaded authorities for the next year by traveling across the country. He was eventually located and arrested on September 10, 2021, while he was staying at the Providence, Rhode Island Mission Shelter. In November, he was indicted on charges of murder and armed robbery in connection with Rose's death. He's currently awaiting arraignment.
The effort that goes into these cases is extraordinary. This isn't resolved in a weekend or a week. So again, it's a combination of old-fashioned police work with DNA testing that has resulted in this defendant being charged with the murder. We look forward to prosecuting him in court.
Number 8. Minner Lee Soriano. On February 24, 1999, Minner Lee Soriano, known as Minnie to friends and family, disappeared. That day, the 13-year-old left school as usual and was heading to her home in the Bronx but she never made it.
13-year-old Minnerly Soriano, who went by Minnie in 1999, was on her way home in Co-op City when she was sexually abused and strangled. 3 days after she went missing, her body was discovered in a dumpster in the Bronx, dumped like trash. Eyewitness News reporter Sandra Bookman in 1999.
Police spent much of yesterday looking through the trash at this video store here at the Bay Plaza shopping complex in the Baychester section of the Bronx.
Her mother reported her missing that night, and soon after, the community began searching for her, putting out flyers with a large reward for information. 4 days later, a homeless man found her body wrapped in a trash bag inside a dumpster behind a video store. She had been strangled, and there were signs of sexual abuse. Authorities questioned family members, neighbors, classmates, and teachers, and conducted a nearly year-long investigation, but found no leads. DNA samples were gathered and submitted for tracing with no success. For years, the case went unsolved until 2020, when police used familial DNA technology to crack it. A DNA sample taken from semen found on the victim's sweater was submitted to New York's convicted offender DNA database, and they found a partial match. They built out a family tree based on the results and narrowed down their suspects to 3 relatives, one of whom was a man named Joseph Martinez. When they reviewed the evidence from the case again, they discovered that Martinez was a tenant at Minnie's apartment building during 1999. They also had notes from the initial investigation quoting Martinez saying that he remembered seeing Minnie around the building. In recent years, Martinez became known as Jupiter Joe, a sidewalk astronomer who would set up his telescope on New York City sidewalks and offer viewings and many lessons about the stars to kids.
Nobody from her family and none of Minnie's friends remember Martinez, but police say he lived in Co-op City in 1999. Police say he was living all these years in New Rochelle, in plain sight, living a public life, calling himself Jupiter Joe. A YouTube video shows him in public places, teaching astronomy to children.
If I told you my name was Joe Martinez, would you remember it?
In Minnie's notebooks, investigators found lists of astronomy-related websites, as it was something she was also interested in. Investigators collected a DNA sample from Martinez, and it was a match to the DNA found on the sweater. In November of 2021, he was arrested and charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder. He pleaded not guilty to the charges and is due back in court on March 7, 2022. This case marks the first time familial DNA technology has been used to solve a cold case in New York City.
I hope that she sees all the people that cared, all the people that put in so much effort over so many years, eating meals off the dashboard of a car, and that she knows she wasn't forgotten.
Number 1. Aubrey Jace Carroll. It was on May 24, 2016, when Aubrey Jace Carroll was dropped off at the bus stop by his father, Michael. The family had recently moved from Griffin, Georgia, to Jones County, an hour away. Despite the move, it had been decided that Aubrey would be allowed to finish the school year at Spalding High School, and every morning they made the long drive to the bus stop. 15-year-old Aubrey was described as sweet and a good kid who never got into trouble. So it had been a surprise when Aubrey wasn't at the bus stop after school when his stepmother, Leah, went to pick him up. His father and stepmother called around to various friends and relatives' houses, but no one was able to find the teen. They called the school, and teachers and staff said nothing had seemed amiss with the student. He had gone through the school day very normally and had even sat for one of his final exams. Eventually, his father made the decision to report Aubrey missing. Initially, the case was considered a possible kidnapping, though detectives had been able to piece together a timeline of the days following his disappearance. They determined that following the end of the school day, Aubrey had gone to a friend's house where he had been allowed to stay the night. The following morning, he went to another friend's house, but he wasn't allowed to stay and had been instructed to go home to his parents, but he had been given breakfast and some water. He then walked to a third friend's house, where he asked for a ride to the nearest Flying J truck stop. From there, detectives say they lost track of the missing teen, which was May 26th. Aubrey's father and stepmother said they had no idea why their son would want to run away, though they did admit that Aubrey had gotten in trouble the previous weekend, but stated that wasn't a big deal, and declined to elaborate on what that incident had been, or the subsequent punishment. Aubrey's mother hadn't learned of his disappearance until weeks later, only learning of her son's disappearance from an Amber Alert on social media. She had been shocked to learn that her ex-husband and his wife actively deceived her. She had repeatedly tried to call and arrange visits with her son, but had been told he wasn't home or didn't want to talk to her. It had been this that made her suspicious of Michael and Leah. According to her, Michael and Leah ran a very strict household, and Aubrey was often getting in trouble for small things and constantly put on restriction, which was a frequent punishment that put limitations on him seeing his friends. Michael claimed that because it was clear Aubrey had run away, there had been no need to alert Aubrey's mother, because he was likely to turn up at any point, and there was no evidence to suggest he was in danger. At that point, we felt like we were going to find him and everything was going to be okay, Michael said of the situation. Aubrey's case was listed as a runaway, and the investigation quickly cooled. Aubrey's family had been critical of the Griffin Police Department, accusing the officers involved of not doing enough to find Aubrey. On Aubrey's 16th birthday, friends and family held a candlelit vigil in honor of the missing teen, and to appeal to anyone who may have information about Aubrey. A year after his disappearance, his case was reopened. A new sheriff had taken over and wanted to start the case from the beginning. The sheriff's department had even offered a $5,000 reward to anyone who could confirm contact with the teen. In April of 2018, during the new investigation, detectives discovered a Facebook page that seemed to be Aubrey using an assumed identity. They searched the identity and discovered there were 5 incidents where Aubrey had encountered law enforcement and given them this new name. They had been able to track some of his travels, from Alabama to Arizona, and determined that he was traveling with a group of people who were also living a nomadic lifestyle. The families were notified of the Facebook page, but all had agreed to not reach out to Aubrey in case he went into hiding again. They decided instead to wait until law enforcement could catch up with him and pick him up. Now 17, Aubrey connected with FBI agents and was able to give them his story. He told us that he left on his own and had not been abducted, hurt, abused, exploited, or harmed in any way. He gave this video message to prove he was okay.
Hey, my name's Aubrey Carroll. It's nice to see y'all.
Aubrey, if there's anything that you wanted to say to the people that have been praying for you and looking for you over the last, year and a half, what would you want to say to them?
Well, I'd like to tell y'all thank y'all so much for all your prayers and looking out for my mama. I appreciate y'all so much. I'm all right. I'm okay. I've been smiling, and y'all should do the same.
After it was determined that Aubrey was safe and had left on his own accord, a family member reached out to him through Facebook. The family member convinced Aubrey to call his mother, which he did. He and his mother had several conversations, and eventually, he said he was ready to come home. However, there were certain conditions that he wanted in place, such as who he would talk to and where he would go when he got home. Aubrey returned home to his mother. Now, authorities and family members are just glad to know Aubrey is safe. How the story ended doesn't matter. Who gets credit doesn't matter, Sheriff Dix said. Aubrey's family, supported by friends and the tenacity of the investigators working on this case, saw this through to the end. What matters is that he is safe, healthy, and unharmed. Aubrey has said that in time, he will come forward with his story and reveal what his 2 years missing had been like. Number 2. Emily Paul. April 13th, 2013 had seemed like any other morning to Pam Myers Masamani. Pam said that she had left for work a little earlier than normal and left her 14-year-old daughter, Emily, at their Southport, Florida home. When she returned from work that day, she was surprised that Emily wasn't home from school yet. She looked into her room and saw a note waiting for her. The 3-page letter indicated that Emily had run away and that she would return when she was 18, but she didn't want to be found. Pam called the police, and an investigation began. Missing belongings showed that Emily had packed a suitcase with clothing, an Xbox, and her favorite items. Her cell phone pinged last near the home and then completely went dark. Officers also found several Google searches on the family computer. Numerous How to Run Away Successfully articles had popped up as a recent search. Pam gave no indication why Emily might have wanted to run away. According to her, she and Emily were extremely close and happy. She resented people for insinuating that something must have been wrong for Emily to run away. Officers never treated Emily's disappearance as suspicious. A neighbor believed that they saw Emily get into a vehicle with someone the morning she disappeared, but after that, there were no more confirmed sightings. Officers had gone as far as looking in Canada and Spain to track down the missing teen. Emily hadn't logged into her Facebook page since she disappeared and seems to have left everything behind. Her case soon went cold without new leads, leaving Pam hopeful that on Emily's 18th birthday she would return. However, Emily's birthday came and went without anything. In July 2018, a letter came in the mail addressed to Pam. The writer claimed to be Emily, and though the contents of the letter were never released, it had convinced Pam that it was truly Emily. Investigators analyzed the letter, but they weren't positive it wasn't a cruel hoax. They made this plea on Facebook to try and connect with the now 19-year-old.
Emily, if you'll do this, then I can close this case and I can have a peace of mind knowing you're okay.
30 minutes after the video went live, they received a call from Emily. She said that she was safe and claimed her call wasn't made under duress. They asked if she could come into her nearest police department, to which she agreed. Within an hour from the video being posted to social media, Emily Paul was standing in a police department, with various pictures and evidence used to confirm her identity. Officers said that she arrived at the police station alone and in good health. Emily said that she was happy, had a support system, and was good where she was. The Bay County Sheriff's Office is not disclosing where Emily is, but said in a statement, the missing persons case of Emily Paul is officially closed, adding, "We would like to thank everyone who spent countless hours trying to locate Emily over the last 5 years." Number 3. Sabrina Allen. It was 2002 when Greg Allen's life changed forever. On the tail of what had been a messy divorce, and even messier custody battle for his 4-year-old daughter, Sabrina, things had started to look up. Greg, an engineering scientist, had been granted primary custody, and after months of fighting with his ex-wife, Dara, things had started to get easier. They were falling into a good routine, and the parents were beginning the road to cooperatively co-parenting. Greg brought Sabrina to her mom on April 19, 2002 for the weekend. It had been agreed that Dara would return Sabrina on Sunday evening, but she never showed up. Greg recalled the last goodbye before the drop-off. Sabrina had looked at him and said, "Daddy, don't ever forget me." At the time, he thought it had been a silly little exchange, but had turned into an almost sinister warning. In the early stages of the divorce, Dara had often threatened to take Sabrina away. Dara was from Mexico and had wanted to return there with Sabrina since the beginning. When Greg was granted primary custody, the courts had agreed that Sabrina should stay in Texas. There had even been several wild attempts to convince the little girl to lie in order to be granted protective orders from Greg. Sabrina had been taken from school once by Child Protective Services, where she allegedly told a social worker that, "My daddy hits my mommy. That's a lie my mommy told me to say." Greg called the police 2 hours after the time of drop-off had passed. He had made several attempts to reach Dara, but all efforts went to voicemail. But by then, it was too late. Dara and Sabrina were long gone. In addition to the police and Texas Rangers, Greg also hired a private detective. They tracked their whereabouts to the Texas-Mexico border, and they were able to confirm that Dara and Sabrina had purchased bus tickets to Mexico. Greg alerted all of the missing children agencies and started his own website to generate tips. He also took a leave of absence from his job and went to Mexico City, where he tried to search for his daughter himself. Greg quickly learned that his lack of Spanish skills was holding him back, so he enrolled in an immersive Spanish class to learn the language as quickly as possible. Greg had been in Mexico for almost a year when he got his first solid tip. A teacher reached out and said that she had a student who she believed was his daughter. She was blonde, the same age, and didn't speak much Spanish. She had been called Blanca because of her fair hair. The teacher said that Blanca had been extremely distressed. She would get upset because she couldn't understand the other children and had begged the teacher to help her find her daddy in Texas. Only then did the teacher look online and saw Greg's website. She had looked Greg up and was shocked to discover that Greg was living 30 minutes away from his daughter. Greg brought the information to U.S. police and officers in Mexico, but because of the need to coordinate, by the time both agencies worked out a game plan, Dara had taken Sabrina out of school and relocated. Greg was devastated, but continued the search for his daughter. He stayed in Mexico, took every opportunity to get his case in the media, and offered a $20,000 reward for information. Greg eventually remarried. He had fallen in love with the woman teaching him Spanish, and the couple married after 3 years. They now have 3 children together. 12 years after his daughter had been kidnapped, there was a new tip brought in from one of the private investigators Greg had hired. They found Dara in a small town outside Mexico City. They staked out the apartment for 2 weeks until they confirmed what appeared to be a teenage girl in the apartment. She had dark hair and was now 17, but showed no signs of physical harm. Officers moved quickly. They arrested Dara and had Sabrina, who now went by the name of Fair, on a plane back to the U.S. Sabrina had not gone to school since 2003, had her blonde hair dyed dark to conceal her identity, and had not been allowed to leave the apartment for fear of being recognized. Dara had also undergone several operations to change her appearance. Sabrina was not immediately released to Greg and his family. She underwent extensive therapy to work through many of the traumas she had experienced for the last 12 years. She had been confused and frightened about the relocation, and years of hearing bad things said about her father made her not want to see Greg. In fact, she had been told he had committed suicide and abandoned her. Eventually, with family trauma counseling, they were able to rekindle their relationship, and Sabrina moved into Greg's home he shared with his wife, Mariana, and their children. Dara was extradited back to the U.S., where a judge sentenced her to 6 years in prison for aggravated kidnapping and interfering with child custody. Dara's sister also testified against her, citing strange, unhinged behavior, such as writing to their elderly mother pretending to be their deceased father. Greg said in a statement, "Sorry for all the silence, but we have been necessarily focused on healing. The past year has been quite a roller coaster ride, but I like to think that we are past the hardest parts. I'm happy to report that I have a strong and growing relationship with her. We still have trials ahead, but we are doing well." The Durham family. It was February 3rd, 1972, in Boone, North Carolina, when a snowstorm was blowing into town. 51-year-old Bryce Durham attended a Rotary meeting, and barely anyone had shown up. The weather was starting to get worse as he went to pick up his wife, Virginia, at the Buick car dealership they owned. Their 18-year-old son, Bobby, also joined them at the dealership to get a ride home. Bryce opted to leave their car at the dealership and instead decided to borrow a vehicle that was better suited for the snow so they could get home safely. Later that evening, their oldest child, Ginny Hall, who lived with her husband about 4 miles away, was watching the Winter Olympics with her husband, Troy, when they received a strange call. It had been Troy who answered, and he wasn't able to discern what the caller was saying, but he told Ginny it sounded like her mother. They tried to call back, but the line was busy. They became increasingly concerned and eventually decided to drive over to their house and check on them. They went out and tried to start their car, but it wouldn't start. They knocked on the door of their neighbor, who was a retired private detective who offered to drive them. Ginny stayed in the car, while Troy and the neighbor went into the house. Immediately, they knew something wasn't right. The house had been ransacked. Troy saw that the telephone had been ripped from the wall, and the TV was still on in the living room. They also heard the sound of running water coming from the bathroom, but other than that, the house was silent. The bodies of Bryce, Virginia, and Bobby were discovered in the bathroom. Troy ran to a neighbor's house, where he called the police, and an investigation began immediately. The call from the Durham's house had come in around 10:30 p.m., with Ginny and Troy arriving about 15 minutes later. Officers arrived shortly after. The vehicle that Bryce had borrowed was missing from the driveway. Neighbors reported seeing the vehicle leaving the Durham house around 10:30. The vehicle was recovered several hours later, abandoned with the doors closed, engine running, and the wipers still going. The vehicle also contains stolen items from the house, indicating to officers that robbery hadn't been the primary motive in the attack. No one could understand why the family had been targeted. They had moved to Boone 18 months prior from a neighboring county, and they opened up their dealership. Everyone who knew them described them as quiet, keeping to themselves, but hardworking. No one knew of anything that could explain why they had been murdered. An autopsy was done, and it was determined that Bryce and Bobby had been drowned, and Virginia had been strangled. Nothing of value was taken from the home. Cash and jewelry had been left behind. Detectives had 4 suspects in mind and interrogated them several times, but there was no evidence tying them to the crimes, and they had to be released. Without further evidence, the case went cold for 50 years. Then, in 2019, a tip was called into the Watauga County Sheriff's Office. A man named Shane Burt believed he had information that his father had been involved in the Durham case. His father, Billy Sunday Burt, who was already incarcerated in Georgia, had told him that he had been involved in a family murder in North Carolina, and also revealed a snowstorm had almost caused them to be caught. His father had passed in 2017, and he wanted to pass on the information in case it would help the case. Burt also implicated a man named Billy Wayne Davis as having been involved, so police looked him up and discovered he was also incarcerated in Georgia. They discovered Burt and Davis had been involved in a Georgia mob. Davis confirmed that, along with Burt, Bobby Jean Gaddis and Charles David Reed had also been involved. Davis, now 81 and the only survivor, said that he had only acted as the getaway driver and that the others had murdered the family. Davis said that they had murdered them because there had been a hit out on Bryce and they were just fulfilling the contract, but he said he didn't know why a hit had been placed or why Bryce had been wanted by a local mafia. "We are confident that we now know who committed these crimes," Sheriff Hageman said in the statement. "This is a much-needed turning point for the Durham case. Though they don't believe they will ever know who hired the men to kill the Durhams, They are confident they know who did it and have closed the case after 5 decades. Now, I would like to take a minute to talk about today's sponsor, BetterHelp. Is there something interfering with your happiness or preventing you from achieving your goals? This last year has been a roller coaster in so many ways, and it is totally normal to work on those emotional twists and turns. BetterHelp will assess your needs and match you with your own licensed professional therapist, and you can start communicating in as little as 48 hours. It is super easy. You take the quick questionnaire and get matched to one of BetterHelp's network of over 20,000 therapists. It is available to clients worldwide, and they do their best to match you with someone as locally as possible. You can also log into your account anytime and message your therapist. In addition to messaging, you can schedule weekly video sessions or phone sessions, so you don't have to sit in a waiting room or commute to an appointment. BetterHelp is committed to helping you find the perfect someone you are comfortable with, and it is free and easy to change therapists if necessary. BetterHelp is more affordable than traditional in-office therapy, and financial aid is available. BetterHelp wants you to start living a happier life today. BetterHelp is not a crisis line. It isn't self-help. It is a way to get professional therapy done securely online. Check out my link, betterhelp.com/TCM, and use my code TCM to get 10% off your first month and get started today. That is betterhelp.com/TCM to get 10% off. Join over 2 million people taking charge of their mental health with the help of experienced professionals. Thank you again to BetterHelp for sponsoring this video. Nicole Smith. It was on June 5th, 1995 in Atlanta, Georgia, when 14-year-old Nicole Smith was walking to school with her little sister. Early in on the walk, Nicole realized she forgot something she needed for class and turned around and headed back towards her house. To save a little time, Nicole cut through a small wooded area that she normally didn't walk through alone. It was in this shortcut that a man confronted her, brutally assaulted her, and shot her twice in the face. Nicole's body was found later that day, and a massive investigation followed to find the man who killed her. A DNA profile was established in 1995, but detectives were never able to find the person it belonged to. Detectives collected over 50 blood samples from suspects and compared them to the DNA of the killer, but none were a match. Without further evidence, the case went cold. In 2002, the case was reopened and worked on for 2 years, but again, no new leads were found. In 2004, their killer had attacked another young teenager, 9 years after Nicole's murder. The victim was 13, and this victim survived the attack and had been able to work with a sketch artist to generate the first composite image of their suspect. Hundreds of persons of interest were interviewed. The case was even aired on national television, being featured on America's Most Wanted. But again, without any new leads, the case went cold. With the increase in genetic genealogy being used to solve cold cases, Atlanta detectives thought this case had a good chance at being solved. They sent out samples in 2021, and just before Christmas, they were notified that they had a match. The man they had been looking for 26 years was 49-year-old Kelvin Arnold. Arnold had never been a suspect in either investigation and was not known to the victims, nor did he have a criminal history. They were disappointed to discover that Arnold would never be able to be arrested, as he had died in August of 2021 of liver and kidney failure.
I never imagined this person to be deceased. so many unanswered questions that I had for him that I could never ask or get answers. But I would never say it was closure for me, because I'll live with this pain for the rest of my life.
Officials are looking to see if there are any more victims connected to Arnold, but said in a statement that the state of Georgia has a significant backlog of untested sexual assault kits, and it may take time.
I am the Deputy District Attorney for the Colden Capital Case Unit for the District Attorney's Office, headed by District Attorney Fonnie Willis. And beside me is Chief Senior Assistant District Attorney Juliana Peterson, who heads our Saki unit. I have prosecuted cases for nearly 20 years now, and under DA Willis's administration, I have been placed at the head of our Colden Capital Case Unit. And the number of years that I have been serving as a prosecutor, serving the citizens of the state of Georgia, is emblematic of the type of experience and the type of prosecutor DA Willis has sought to place in the position such as this. Since I have started in this role as head of the Colden Capital Case Unit, I have worked with Detective DeMeester, tirelessly watched as he has relentlessly pursued leads in this case. I'm happy that we're here today, that we have been able to gain some degree of closure for the family. But I can also say that this is the kind of case that underscores the need for the type of leadership and the type of collaboration that we have and that we see between the Fulton County District Attorney's Office and the Atlanta Police Department and the other agencies within Fulton County. And this case is emblematic of how we will work going forward and how we will continue to work. I'm happy and I'm proud to stand before you with these amazing people behind me who have actually made this come to fruition. I'm going to let Ms. Peterson have a few words because there is still more to be done.
Good morning, everyone. My title is Deputy District Attorney over the Sexual Assault Kit Initiative Unit, and our role and our mission is specifically to handle the backlog of sexual assault kits that have never been tested. Our initial work has been completed with the backlog that was found at Grady Hospital that left us with approximately 169 DNA results from those sexual assault kits that our office has then gone on to investigate and hopefully prosecute, many of those being serial offenders. However, the work is not over, and cases like this show exactly why it is so incredibly important that we continue this work. The incredible work of the Atlanta Police Department in following the science and making sure the DNA was tested is a huge part of why exactly we're here today. And that goes on to show why it's so important that under the leadership of Fonnie Willis and partnering with incredible agencies like the Atlanta Police Department, we have to keep doing the work. We have more sexual assault kits that have to be tested. At the GBI alone, there are over 2,400 sexual assault kits for Fulton County alone from the 1980s and 1990s that must be tested. There are more Nicole Smiths, there are more Betty Browns out there, and it's absolutely imperative that the state government recognize that and go forward and test these kits.
Tonya Ottman. This is kind of an odd cold case, and I'm not even sure if it was a cold case or more of a forgotten case. It was the early morning hours of July 17th, 2007, in Thonotosassa, Florida, when a 911 call came in. The caller was identified as Jonathan Burns, and he claimed that he had been attacked by one of his tenants. He said that he was suffering multiple stab wounds and that his tenant, Tonya Ottman, had been killed in self-defense. The detectives arrived on the scene and found the 41-year-old victim located outside her home. She was deceased and had a large laceration on her neck, as well as several wounds on her chest. Burns, who was 43 at the time, also had 2 wounds to the abdomen. Burns was taken to the hospital to have his wounds treated, and it was also noted that he had several scratch marks on his hands and had several small cuts on his fingers. During the investigation, officers had discovered a trail of blood that led to the area behind Burns' home. There, they also found a bloody knife in a garbage bin and later determined it had been Burns' DNA. They also discovered that Burns' blood was not found anywhere near Toinya's body, nor was her DNA found on the knife. They also discovered that Toinya was disabled and used a walker and wheelchair to get around. Though she could stand, she would have had great difficulty attacking someone without her mobility aids, and someone able-bodied could easily have gotten away from her. This is where it kind of gets strange. The evidence was shown to the state attorney, who concluded there wasn't enough evidence to charge Burns with murder, and the investigation just stopped. Burns wasn't interrogated, or even challenged on his series of events. Neighbors weren't interviewed, it just stopped, and officers were directed elsewhere. Fast forward to 15 years later, when the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office Cold Case Unit decided to reopen this case. On January 14th, they went back to Jonathan Burns and interviewed him about the events that had occurred when Toinya had been stabbed to death. Burns told detectives that he had been drinking heavily that night, and Toinya had started yelling at him while he was doing his closing procedure for the common areas of the mobile home park they lived on. Toinya had been a tenant for a long time, and he claimed he walked over to talk to her, and she just stabbed him. When other tenants of the park learned that detectives had come by to interview Burns, they started calling into the sheriff's office to share information. Several witnesses claimed that in the days following Toinya's death, Burns was drunk and had admitted to doing something wrong and needing to face it. Another person stated that Burns had told them that Toinya had gotten what she deserved and that he would do it again if given the chance. A third person said that when they asked Burns how he had been stabbed, he told them that he had stabbed himself in the abdomen so that the self-defense would look legitimate. Burns had written a letter detailing what had actually happened that night. He said that he saw Toinya outside of her home while he was closing up the park for the night. He stated that they got into an argument, and then he went home, grabbed a knife from his kitchen, and went back to her home. He said that she had tried to go inside, but he stabbed her several times and cut her throat. He then went back home and stabbed himself, and tried to hide the knife before calling 911. The letter was turned over to law enforcement, who were able to validate it with the evidence from the crime scene. When asked why he did it, he just said that he didn't like her. He wanted to hurt her. He said in a statement, "Unfortunately, I killed her. This was a terrible tragedy that I am responsible for. I wish I could change it." Jonathan Burns has not yet been arrested and charged with the murder of Toinya Ottman. He will have his first court appearance later this month.
January 6, 1982 had brought a brutal winter storm to Colorado. A sheriff from Denver, Colorado, Harold Bray, looked out the plane window as they flew over the Guanella Pass. He was headed to California, hopeful to leave the snowy blizzards behind, but his plan became a little derailed when something caught his eye. Flashing lights. Focusing in on the pulsing lights, it took him only a second to recognize the familiar pattern. It was an SOS distress signal. 3 short, 3 long, then 3 more short pulses of light. Bray alerted the pilot, who was able to note the coordinates and radioed the Federal Aviation Administration, or the FAA, and they dispatched 2 smaller planes to investigate. They were able to quickly find the source of the lights. It was a pickup truck. 2 vehicles, equipped to handle the whiteout conditions, were sent out in a string of miraculous events rescued a man. 30-year-old Alan Phillips had become stranded crossing the Colorado Mountain Pass. He had been traveling without snow chains and his truck became stuck. He had heard a plane flying overhead and used his headlights to flash the distress signal. He had no idea his plan could work. The plane had been flying over 1,000 feet overhead, but it was 20 below and he had run out of options. He had already come to terms with the likelihood of freezing to death in his vehicle. Phillips was asked by law enforcement why he was out there in the middle of the night during a snowstorm, and he claimed that he'd been caught unexpectedly driving from Bailey, Colorado, to his hometown in Georgetown. He said he'd spent the evening at a bar and wasn't thinking clearly. The rescue made national headlines, both in applauding Bray's heroic catch, as well as a cautionary tale to remind people to prepare their vehicles for appropriate weather. Phillips was dropped off at home after a long conversation about winter safety, and no one thought much more about it after that. On January 7th, only a day after the Alan Phillips rescue, a grisly discovery was made. The body of a young woman was discovered off of Highway 9 near an overpass at the summit of Hoosier Pass. The woman, later identified as Barbara Bobby Jo Oberholzer, had been reported missing by her husband Jeff the previous evening. Bobby Jo had called him after work that evening and let him know that she was going to be home late. A couple of people from work had invited her for drinks and she was going to stay out for a bit. She said she had intended to hitchhike home. This was common in Breckenridge. It was a ski resort town, and it was common for people to hitchhike to and from there to surrounding communities. Bobby Jo and her husband lived in Alma, about 30 minutes away. She and her husband had lived in the area for a few years. He was an appliance repair tech, and she worked as a receptionist. It had been widely regarded as a safe community, and this murder case had been quite a shock to the locals. Bobby Jo had been shot twice in the chest. Her cause of death was blood loss from her injuries. She had been found 20 feet from the highway at the bottom of an embankment. Several belongings from her purse were also located, some as far as 20 miles along the highway headed towards Denver. A set of keys was found near Bobby's body, as well as an orange sock. The keys were determined to belong to Bobby, but what confused investigators was that the sock wasn't. Investigators made no secret of who they thought was responsible for the killing: Jeff Oberholzer. There wasn't any evidence tying him to the crime, but the police found it convenient that Jeff had no alibi as he claimed to have been home asleep. When he woke during the night, he got in his truck and headed to the pub that Bobby had been at. Her friends were surprised to see him and told him that she had left hours earlier, around 7:30, 8 o'clock. Jeff went to the police that night to report his wife missing, but officers wouldn't file a missing persons report. The next morning, a resident had called Jeff and said that he'd found his wife's driver's license on his property. Jeff drove over there and picked it up. Jeff got some friends together and they started searching along the highway. It was Jeff that spotted a blue backpack in the snow. They pulled over, and with the backpack they also found Bobby's glove splattered in blood, and several tissues also covered in blood. It was at this point that Jeff was sent home to wait, and the search was put together with locals and law enforcement, and Bobby's body was found. Other evidence collected were shell casings from the presumed murder weapon, one set of footprints that belonged to Bobby, and a plastic cord tied around her wrist. The same day that Bobby Jo's body had been found, law enforcement also received another report of a missing woman. 22-year-old Annette Schnee was reported missing when she failed to show up for work. She was a waitress and housekeeper in Frisco, but lived in Blue River, all near Breckenridge. And like Bobby Jo, Annette was also known to hitchhike to and from work most days, and again, for this community, that was very normal. No additional evidence was found in connection to Annette's disappearance, and unfortunately, due to bad weather, it had quickly been determined that if Annette's body was in a remote area like Bobby Joe's had been, it would be very difficult to recover after heavy snowfalls. Jeff was interviewed multiple times. He initially claimed to not know Annette, but later called officers to let him know that he'd met her once. He'd been watching the news and saw more photographs of her, and realized he'd given her a ride months before her disappearance. Officers had asked Jeff to take a polygraph test, which he consented to and passed. He had always maintained his innocence as well as annoyance with law enforcement's insistence that he had something to do with his wife's murder. 6 months after Annette's disappearance, her body was located on July 6, 1982. She was found in a rural area in Park County, 20 miles from where she was last seen. She had been shot once in the back and had also died from blood loss from a gunshot wound. Annette had been sexually assaulted, and it appeared that she may have been redressed by her killer or had been forced to redress quickly as her clothing was in disarray. Noticeably missing, an orange sock. Officers put together a framework of what they believed had happened on January 6th. They estimated that Annette had been picked up first around 5 p.m. The suspect drove her to a remote area, sexually assaulted her, and Annette had escaped the vehicle. Her killer had shot her once in the back and left her to die. The man then went back to Breckenridge, where he found a second victim, Bobby Joe, and abducted her. Bobby Joe had not been assaulted, and she had been shot in the chest twice, which led investigators to believe that Bobby Joe may have been trying to reason with her attacker. Jeff said that Bobby would never have accepted a ride from a stranger. He had always believed it was someone from the area that she knew that had committed these murders. Officers had always believed both murders were committed by the same man. Jeff was cleared years later by DNA evidence. Other suspects had been a cab driver who had assaulted a hitchhiker in 1982, and while in jail he had bragged to a cellmate about committing 2 murders and getting away with it. Another suspect was Henry Lee Lucas, another serial killer, Tracy Petrelli. All were cleared by DNA. 2 other persons of interest was the woman that had been talking to Annette before her abduction, and a man whose photograph was found in Annette's wallet. Neither were identified or found for questioning. The case eventually went cold. It had been featured in the media several times and was the subject of Unsolved Mysteries in 1991. It had been a case that had been actively worked for decades. They had the killer's DNA both from Annette's body and on the tissues and glove from Bobby's things, and what they needed was for technology to catch up. In 2021, the case was put forward by the Colorado Bureau of Investigation for Genetic Genealogy. At the time, it was recognized as a relatively new option for solving cold cases, but it seemed like the only hope to solve this case. And nearly 4 decades after the murders, they had a suspect.
2 women murdered in separate incidents after hitchhiking near Breckenridge. Those cases went unsolved for nearly 40 years. But thanks to DNA technology and investigators who refuse to give up, police think they have that killer in custody.
Just remarkable police work. Investigators believe the suspect remained in Colorado after the murders. CBS 4's Tori Mason at CBI headquarters, one of the agencies involved. Tori, investigators say blood found on a glove helped solve these crimes decades later.
It's really crazy, Jim. You know, in the past 15 months, Metro Denver Crime Stoppers has solved 8 crimes with the use of forensic genealogy. When these women were killed, forensic use of DNA evidence wasn't even involved. Now these advances in technology are bringing more families closer to justice.
I have lived with a monster in my mind since I was 11 years old.
It's a monster the daughter of Bobby Joe Oberholzer never thought would leave. Now, the man suspected of killing her mother and Annette Schnee is in custody, 39 years later.
On February 24th, Alan Lee Phillips was arrested without incident. The 70-year-old mechanic was picked up in Dumont, Colorado, and arrested for 2 counts of kidnapping, murder, and assault. Phillips had lived in the area his entire life and had likely been known to both women. He is also being investigated on other crimes in the area as officers feel that due to the level of violence involved in the killings, these 2 women would be unlikely to be his only victims.
On February 24th, we arrested Alan Lee Phillips, date of birth February 6, 1951, for 2 counts each of first-degree kidnapping, first-degree assault, and first-degree homicide. He was arrested in Clear Creek County. He was taken to the Park County Jail, where he is now being held. It must be noted that the suspect is innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. This case began in collaboration with the United Data Connect and the Colorado Bureau of Investigation. Forensic genetic genealogy was conducted in these two cases beginning in 2020. This included research from genealogy sites as well as other public and law enforcement records.
I've known about the case since I started working with the Summit County Sheriff's Office in 1989. And I've kind of been involved with it peripherally on and off throughout the years. And then when I went to work for the District Attorney's Office in Fairplay in 2013, then I got a lot more heavily involved in it. And then since I've been at the Sheriff's Office, really heavily involved in it. And it's a relief to have this done and to have an arrest and give closure to families. Yeah, because these cases get into you and you can't let it go.
When it was made public that Phillips was the killer, a man involved in the rescue operation that had saved Phillips in 1982 made the connection that finally gave context as to why Phillips had been out on the Guanella Pass all those years ago. He had become stuck while fleeing the scene of the murder. No one had even put two and two together. In 1982, Phillips had been 31 years old. He had never been a suspect. He went on to marry, have children, and live his life. And I think Annette's sister's statement to the media says it's best. You had 39 years of freedom, and hopefully now it will all be taken away from you. 39 years of freedom too long.
Cindy French describes her sister as outgoing and goofy. French and Smith say after nearly 40 years, the news of an arrest in the case came as a shock.
I think my jaw literally hit the floor. When they say it's jaw-dropping, I think that's exactly how I would describe it. I couldn't believe it. And, days went on and it was a shock, and I'm still having a hard time believing that it's happening and that there was an arrest.
For Shanice's mother, it's the start of a path to closure.
She's like, "Oh, Scott, can you believe it? Can you believe it?" She says, "I'm just in a state of shock." She said, I really thought my time was gonna run out, before I found out, and so she got to find out.
I pray that the arrest of Alan Phillips for the murder of my wife Bobby Jo and Annette Schnee will finally, after all these decades, bring closure and peace to this hideous nightmare for myself, along with all the lives he has horribly affected by his actions. I cannot thank enough all who never gave up the search for the truth. They are without doubt extremely dedicated and extraordinary individuals. Phillips is finally in the hands of the judicial system. May justice be served. This is from Jeff, better known as Obi Oberholzer, the wife of Bobby Jo. The husband, I'm sorry, his wife is Bobby Jo.
Phillips is being held in jail without bond while he waits trial. There have been several delays so far, but it is expected to go forward sometime this year. On April 24, 1980, in Sacramento, California, a horrible discovery was made. Robin Brooks had missed her shift at the donut shop she worked at. The 20-year-old had recently moved to the area from New York and worked 2 jobs to afford her new apartment. She was last seen the previous evening. She worked a late shift at the donut shop and finished at midnight. She said goodbye to her coworker and left. Her apartment was only around the corner from the shop and should have only taken her minutes to get home. The next day, Robin failed to show up for a 4 p.m. shift, and her coworkers found that unusual. Robin was incredibly dependable, and it wasn't like her to not show up. A friend walked over to her apartment and knocked on the door several times with no answer. She knew something was wrong. She went back to the shop and got another coworker, and they forced their way into the apartment. Robin was found in her bedroom. Her friends described what they saw that day. She had been stabbed several times, and her killer had punctured her waterbed, making for an even more traumatic scene. The police were called, who also determined that she'd been sexually assaulted. Robin didn't have a car, and she only recently moved to the apartment, since it was closer to her job. There were no immediate suspects. Robin didn't have a boyfriend or anyone around her that may hurt her. None of her neighbors reported any disturbances that evening, but it would have been quite late when the attack occurred. The coworker that had seen her the previous evening remembered when Robin was telling her that she had washed all of her bedding before her shift, and it was unfair that she had to make her bed before being able to go to bed so late. Officers noted that Robin's bed was not made at the crime scene, leading them to believe that her killer likely attacked her soon after she arrived home. Her sister stated that she had been told by some friends that Robin might have had a stalker. In the days leading up to her murder, Robin had complained to friends that a customer at work had been bothering her. Officers had not been able to locate that man for questioning. At the crime scene, officers were able to recover some evidence. Most notable was DNA evidence found at the scene. A sample of blood determined not to belong to the victim was discovered, and it appeared that the killer had cut himself during the attack. There were also fingerprints on the windowsill indicating that's how the killer got in and out of the apartment. Though despite a thorough investigation, the case eventually went cold. A profile for the DNA evidence was generated years later, in 2004, but never came up as a match in state databases or federal databases. It did, however, link to a second victim that had been attacked and assaulted 3 weeks before Robin's murder. In 2017, Parabon Nanolabs created a genetic snapshot of the suspect. They used the genetic markers to make an estimation of what the suspect might look like. But the real break in the case came in 2020 when the DNA was approved for funding for genetic genealogy testing, and after 4 decades they had a match. Philip Wilson was arrested in April 2020 and was charged with the murder of Robin Brooks. The now 73-year-old would have been 30 at the time of the murder, and law enforcement discovered that he lived near Robin's apartment complex and had been a regular at the donut shop.
We never forget about the victims. In fact, in many respects, that's all we think about, our victims. Sometimes these cases take a little bit longer to solve than others, but none of them are forgotten. None of them are put on the shelf forever. And this, although is the latest case, I can promise you will not be the last.
These are cases that even challenge your hope. Hope that someday it may be solved, someday that you can bring justice for those families. What does that cold case, rape murder, do to that family member, those family members of that victim? Day after day, year after year, and in some cases, decade after decade. Undoubtedly, they haunt them. They also consume their lives. Philip Wilson now stands charged in a felony complaint in Sacramento County with the rape murder of Robin Brooks.
He had never been a suspect and didn't have any run-ins with the law after Robin had been murdered. While in the trial, he maintained his innocence despite extensive evidence. His lawyer argued that they had a consensual encounter and that the blood evidence was from a workplace injury. The other sexual assault case that Wilson's DNA was linked to could not be brought into this trial, and he cannot be charged as the statute of limitations has expired on that case. Initially, the jury was hung on the conviction, but on March 9th, 2022, they came back with a unanimous guilty verdict. Robin's sister, Maria Eric, said after the verdict was read,
"I feel like I can go on with my life now, because I think it absorbed a piece of who I was."
Wilson's defense attorney has indicated that they will likely appeal the conviction, but as of this reporting, they have not. Sentencing is set for sometime in April. It was a Sunday afternoon on November 6, 1983, when 11-year-old Laura Ann Weiser was walking home from a friend's house in Fort Pierce, Florida. Her parents noticed that she was late coming home. They called the friend that Laura had been with and discovered that Laura had left her friend's house hours ago. They did a quick search of the area, and when they couldn't find Laura, they went to the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office to report her missing. Officers didn't take the disappearance of the little girl seriously. A large-scale search by law enforcement was never undertaken, but they did put out a BOLO, be on the lookout, sheet for her. A deputy came forward, James Howard Harrison, saying that he saw the girl walking near a gas station. Harrison had been on patrol that day she went missing, and it had been in his area of patrol. He gave the estimated time he saw her, and claimed to have continued his patrol without talking to her. Laura Ann was small for her age, but she was described as feisty and outspoken. Her family claimed she never would have gotten in a vehicle with a stranger, and that she was very street smart. There was disappointment that the local authorities didn't do more to find Laura Ann, and 3 days later, her body was found in a citrus grove less than 600 yards from her home. The medical examiner confirmed that she'd been murdered the day she'd been reported missing. Her cause of death was strangulation, and she had been sexually assaulted. 2 men that worked in the citrus grove had discovered her body. When they called the police, it was James Harrison who arrived first on the scene. The men said that Harrison took brief statements and dismissed the men. No one from the STCSO ever followed up with the men. Harrison was alone at the crime scene for 20 minutes before other officers joined him. The investigation had been brief, no suspects were ever identified, and the case was quickly filed away, not revisited for nearly 4 decades. In 2020, the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office established a dedicated cold case squad, and it was Laura Ann's cold case that was selected for the team to reinvestigate. Detective Paul Taylor was in charge of the investigation.
I mean, I can tell you the story of how that picture came to be, but there is a picture of her in my office.
Go ahead, I think it's important.
What's it gonna be like looking at that picture now? So that picture hangs above my desk every day. So basically, I lost my only child to suicide 5 years ago. There had been a while after he died that I had no dreams of him, and it used to bother me, and it upset my wife that she wasn't having dreams of him. So one night I had a dream of my son, and I heard him, and he always called me Pappy. And I heard him, I'm walking somewhere, and I hear him yelling my name. And I'm looking around, I don't see him, and finally I see him coming up to me, and he's screaming at me, and he's like, Pappy, I found her. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And he gets right in my face, and he says, I found her. And I'm like, who are you talking about? And I looked over, and I saw Laura standing there. And she just looked at me and said one word to me, or one sentence to me, and she said, keep digging. And I woke up. So the picture, when I got into my office the next day, I pulled a picture of her out. She's standing in front of this little wall. She's just a little bitty girl. And I wrote on it, keep digging, Laura Ann, and stuck it on my wall, and it's been there ever since.
Early on, it was discovered that there were many holes in the initial investigation. Detective Taylor interviewed one of the men who had initially discovered Laura's body, and had been shocked that he was the first officer, besides Deputy Harrison, to talk to him. The man remembered that day vividly, and the crime scene, as he had explained that it had been a deeply traumatic discovery. He explained what he saw that day, with crystal clear details, but Detective Taylor had been shocked to realize that it didn't match what was in the file. The man had told him that Harrison had asked the 2 men to leave, which they thought had been strange, and what had been more strange was that no one else wanted to talk to them further. For the first time, there seemed to be a suspect in the murder of Laura Ann, and it was one of their own. Detective Harrison was also a preacher in the region.
Just to give you a little history, about 2.5 years ago, I made the decision to start a cold case squad. Detective Paul Taylor was picked as the person to lead that squad, and his job every day is to look through these cold cases and determine what else we can do to bring closure to these cases. He picked this case in particular because it was a child. And if you look at her picture back there, 11-year-old beautiful girl who was brutally raped, murdered, left in a drainage ditch in western St. Lucie County in 1983. As a parent, this case was easy for him to be vested in. And as this case progressed, there are some other turns to this case that really has shocked us all to our core, that being the arrest of a former deputy.
So based on the information that was obtained
During this investigation of the cold case, detectives have named former Deputy James Howard Harrison as the only probable suspect in the case. All right, and just pay attention to how I worded that, the only probable suspect in this case. The Sheriff's Office is unable to pursue charges against Mr. Harrison due to his death in 2008. We have established probable cause. As you know, probable cause is what we need to make an arrest. But we have established probable cause to determine that Harrison abducted, sexually assaulted, and murdered the juvenile victim, and later altered the crime scene by placing the victim in a drainage ditch in an attempt to destroy physical evidence.
Taylor discovered that 5 months after Laura's murder, Harrison was let go at the sheriff's office. Several accusations had come forward that Harrison had molested several young girls in his church. Harrison also had complaints brought forward from within the sheriff's office as co-workers felt he'd been inappropriate with young women while conducting his duties as a deputy. Detective Taylor uncovered several definitive instances where Harrison directly tampered with evidence, moved things in the crime scene, and had hindered the investigation. Harrison was never charged. He was let go from his job and kicked out of his church, so he and his family picked up and moved. Harrison actually moved a lot, working in law enforcement in 10 separate agencies within Florida: Orange, Hernando, Osceola, Edgewood, Glades, and Okeechobee counties. Because he was never formally charged, he was allowed to just start over in a new county, using both the church and his uniform to maintain access to potential victims. James Howard Harrison died in 2008, and in 2020 his body was exhumed for DNA collection. DNA collected from the crime scene had been poorly stored, and conditions had degraded the sample, and they wouldn't be able to get a definitive 100% match. However, they are certain that Harrison is responsible for the murder of Laura Ann Weiser. Based on witness statements, the tampering of evidence, and the history of sexual assaults of little girls, the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office have stated that they are certain that Harrison killed Laura Ann. They've also input his DNA into federal and state databases, and his DNA is being tested in several other cold cases in Florida to determine how many other victims he had. It was on March 20th, 1976, when Elizabeth Ann Wilson went missing from her place of work mid-shift. The 45-year-old mother was working an overnight shift as a spinner at a textiles factory in Chester, South Carolina. Halfway through her shift and last seen at the cafeteria around 3:45 a.m., a coworker said she saw her resume work around 4 a.m. and didn't notice anything unusual. Not long after, a security guard thought he saw Elizabeth Ann in a vehicle, a green and white Chevrolet belonging to the manager of the plant, and allowed the vehicle out of the facility. This wasn't unusual. The manager had been known to drive employees that were sick or if there was an emergency, and either took people home or to the hospital. However, it hadn't been the manager driving. When he finished his shift, he noticed that his car was missing and reported it as stolen to the police. At that time, it was noticed that Elizabeth Ann was missing. Around 7 a.m., a motorist noticed an abandoned vehicle on the highway. He saw what he believed to be a body under the car and went straight to the home of a nearby sheriff's deputy. They went back to the vehicle together and confirmed it was a deceased half-clothed woman underneath. Initially, it had been thought that she'd been hit by a car, but an autopsy revealed she had been strangled to death, severely beaten, and sexually assaulted. It had been the second vicious attack in the area that week, and there was concern that the crimes had been in the work of a serial predator, but it was later determined that the attacks were either a coincidence or a copycat. Elizabeth Ann was confirmed as the victim, but no one could figure out what had happened. The security guard hadn't gotten a good look at the driver the night that she'd gone missing. There had been no obvious signs of distress. Law enforcement had interviewed several suspects, but all were cleared. She had been a widow. Her husband had died a little bit before her, and her 2 daughters were grown, married, and had families of their own. The state offered a $5,000 reward for any information that led to an arrest, but nothing solid came of it. DNA found at the scene was input into federal and state databases, and nothing came of it for years, until 2020 when they finally got a match from a recent convicted felon. Charles Eugene Coleman, now 66 years old, had been convicted of pointing and threatening a weapon. He was required to submit DNA at the time of his arrest, which connected him to the murder from 1976. Coleman had an extensive criminal history, which included a 12-year prison sentence for assault and battery in 1977. His other convictions were assault and battery with intent to kill, larceny, and other minor felonies. He was charged with the murder of Elizabeth Ann Howell Wilson in 2020, and in 2022 he entered an Alford plea, meaning he would not accept guilt, but acknowledged there was sufficient evidence to convict him and would accept the punishment. South Carolina law stated that he needed to be sentenced based on the laws in 1976, which gives him the option to be eligible for parole in 9 years. The sexual assault charges were dropped as part of the plea agreement.
I've already told the jury, and I would tell them again, that you are presumed innocent of this charge. I would tell them that the state is required to prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt.
He has already served 16 months and will be eligible for parole in 2029. Wilson's daughter spoke after the trial, expressing relief that there was some justice in her mother's brutal murder.
It'll be better. It's over. It's over now. I was scared, didn't know who. Nobody knows what that's like till they walk that walk.
In the United States, there are over 164,000 miles of highway that stretch from coast to coast, and we know that highways are a popular way for predators to seek victims. We know that numerous serial killers have taken advantage of crossing state lines. Advances in crime scene investigation and technology, as well as the digital era making information between states more accessible and easier to access, have given us more insight into how these crimes are committed. And where there are highways, what we saw pop up along these stretches of road were some of the most dangerous places: motels, truck stops, gas stations, and small eateries. Today, we are going to discuss one particular serial killer who used motels along the I-65 to hunt women. A man who was known only as the I-65 killer until recently, when he was recently identified through DNA records. Let's get into it. On February 21, 1987, a couple walked into a Super 8 motel in Elizabethtown, Kentucky at 6:30 a.m. to check out. They immediately noticed something amiss. The telephone had been ripped from the wall, there were desk items strewn about the small office, and there was no sign of any staff members. They returned to their room and called 911 at 6:38 a.m. An officer arrived and confirmed that the scene did look like something had happened. He described it as looking as if a brawl between a large group of people had occurred. The officer called for backup when he couldn't immediately find the missing staff person. More officers arrived and began searching the property. It wasn't long before they found 41-year-old Vicki Heath, who had been the only employee on the property for the overnight shift. She had been sexually assaulted and had been shot twice in the back of the head. It had appeared that Vicki fought to the very end. The struggle appeared to have started in the lobby and made its way all the way out to the back of the building, near the dumpsters, and had passed that. Her clothing had been ripped and the mud and grass around her body had been disturbed, with one set of muddy footprints that went from Vicki's body to the parking lot at the front of the building. Vicki was new to the job and new to Elizabethtown. The recently divorced woman had 2 adult children and she was starting over. A manager had left Vicki that night around 11 p.m. Though it had been a Saturday night, it was still the off-season and the motel still wasn't very busy. All had seemed normal. There were no guests that had seemed of any concern, nor had anything happened recently that drew any cause for concern for Vicki or anyone else. Despite what seemed to have been a huge commotion, none of the patrons that night heard anything. Officers also noted that an undisclosed sum of money had been stolen that night as well, and theorized that the crime had been a robbery gone wrong. It had been a shocking murder in the community. Officers never established any suspects, and the case quickly went cold. 2 years later, another similar murder occurred in Marydale, Indiana. Mary Margaret Gill, known to friends and family as Peggy, spent the evening with her father, as it was his birthday, on the evening of March 2, 1989, before heading out to work the night shift at the local Marydale Days Inn. Little did Peggy's father know that his birthday would be the worst day of his life the following day. Peggy arrived for her shift at the Days Inn at 11 p.m. A short time later, she spoke with Betty, the hotel's general manager, as she did every time before she started her shift. Hotel records showed that Peggy checked in a guest between the hours of 1:30 a.m. and 1:40 a.m. A witness told police that he attempted to check in the hotel at 2 a.m., but no clerk was found, so he left. This time frame leads police to believe that between 1:30 a.m. and 2 a.m. is when the crime occurred. 5 a.m. rolled around and Peggy was supposed to call the general manager, Betty, before leaving the hotel. This call had become routine because of the recent crimes at the local hotels. Minutes after not receiving the call from Peggy, Betty decided to try and make contact with Peggy and called the hotel. When Peggy did not immediately answer, she knew something was wrong and called the police. The Maryvale Police Department was dispatched immediately. The first officer arrived at the hotel around 6 a.m. Upon his arrival, several guests were waiting to check out, but no clerk was in sight, which was unusual. After finding Peggy's car keys and wallet behind the desk, the police decided to reach out to Peggy's family to see if she was with them or if they had heard from her. Her family informed the officer that she was not with them, nor had they heard from Peggy. Meanwhile, the general manager, Betty, arrived on the scene. She discovered the cash drawer appeared to have been pried open and that money was missing. The officers began to search for Peggy and made a gruesome discovery. Peggy's body was found in a hotel hallway in a vacant wing where all the rooms were empty. One of the unusual things that the police officers noticed was that Peggy's clothing had been removed and folded neatly and placed beside her naked body. It was determined that Peggy had been sexually assaulted and shot in the head with a .22 caliber firearm. She also had a fresh cut on her shoulder. It did not appear to be a violent struggle based on the evidence observed on Peggy's body. They theorized based on the evidence that the suspect robbed Peggy, directed her to the vacant hallway at gunpoint. He forced her to take her clothes, fold them, and lay them beside her on the ground. It was then that he attacked her and killed her. Family members and members of Peggy's social circle were questioned. It was then determined that Peggy did not know her assailant. In a shocking discovery, an hour later a similar crime occurred an hour away from Maryvale in Remington, Indiana. The victim, Jean Marie Gilbert, was born and raised in Rensselaer, Indiana. She was a single mom, recently divorced, with 2 children, Kimberly and Scott. Jean and her children had moved in with her mother while Jean was attending school and working several jobs to provide a better life for her children. Jean worked at the Days Inn to supplement her income. The Days Inn was located in the small town of Remington, right outside Rensselaer, a small rural town very similar to Maryville, Indiana, where Peggy's murder had occurred. Jean was taking business classes to obtain a career where she could support her children. On March 2, 1989, Jean switched shifts with a coworker because she needed to attend her daughter's final cheerleading event the next day. The shift started at 11 p.m. It is important to note that the Remington Days Inn where Jean worked was only 50 miles away from the Maryville Days Inn where Peggy worked. Both hotels were in the middle of nowhere and both were in rural towns. Based on hotel records and witness accounts on Friday, March 3rd, Jean made a courtesy wake-up call to a guest at around 4:30 a.m. Then, around 6 a.m., the Jasper County Sheriff's Office began receiving calls from guests trying to check out but could not find the hotel clerk. Officers were dispatched to the scene where, upon arrival, they discovered that the hotel lobby door was locked. The police then reached out to the hotel's general manager and asked her to come down and give them access to the lobby. A hotel employee was also waiting to get in to start her shift. Officers eventually gained access to the Remington Days Inn and discovered that there had been a robbery. The cash drawer appeared to have been pried open and the money was missing. Not only that, but the hotel employee Jean was also missing. Like the Maryville, Indiana crime scene, officers find Jean's purse, keys, and school books at the desk. While all of this is happening, the Indiana State Police were contacted by a school bus driver in White County, which was not far from the Days Inn. The bus driver had spotted a nude body on the side of a county road. Indiana State Troopers and the White County Sheriff's Department were dispatched to the scene. There they found a body of a woman only wearing her shoes and socks. It appeared that she had been sexually assaulted and dumped on the roadside. Not long after the remains were found, they were able to quickly identify that the remains were that of Jean Marie Gilbert. Interestingly, her days-in uniform that she'd been wearing that evening was missing and had not been recovered at the crime scene or where her body was. The investigation would be conducted by the Indiana State Police, who found Jean's body, and the Jasper County Sheriff's Office, who were investigating the robbery at the Remington Days Inn. Police believe the suspect, after robbing their hotel, led Jean to the car at gunpoint, where he drove her to where her body was found. The exit off of Interstate 65 where Jean's body was found was isolated with no gas stations, restaurants, or hotels, and completely deserted, and she was attacked and killed in that clearing near where her body was found. Jean's autopsy revealed that she had several scratches and scrapes on her body. Those wounds would indicate that she had been dragged from the vehicle. Jean was shot 3 times with the .22 caliber firearm, once in the back of the head, once in the shoulder blade, and once on the left side of her torso. A witness, a farmer who lived in the area, told police that he had heard gunshots around 5:30 a.m. This was around the same time that the bus driver stated they saw a tan-colored Toyota van with its lights on heading westbound on the same road where Jean's body was found. Police began to put 2 and 2 together and realized that the Maryville crime scene was extremely similar to the Remington crime scene. The only difference was that Jean was taken from the hotel where Peggy was killed on site. And just like in Vicky's case, there were no suspects, and eventually the case went cold.
It's been so long the building at 83rd in Louisiana isn't even a Days Inn anymore. Maryville's assistant chief tells me he was just 12 when Peggy Gill was murdered at the hotel in March of 1989. But he says his department was always very aware of this case.
It was one of those cases that we didn't put it away. It remained open. We tried to work it anytime anybody got anything, they would follow up on it.
Gill's murder has long been connected to the 1987 murder of Vicky Heath, who was killed at a Super 8 motel in Elizabethtown, Kentucky. It was also connected to the murder of Jean Gilbert. She was murdered at a Days Inn in Remington, Indiana, also in 1989. Today, her daughter said she still remembers the last words her mother spoke to her.
I love you, I'll see you tomorrow. I didn't see her that tomorrow, but I see her every day.
9 months after these 2 crimes, a Columbus, Indiana woman who has not been identified was attacked. She was working at the Days Inn in Columbus when a man approached her and asked her where he could get coffee and food. The clerk made a few suggestions and the man proceeded to leave. He returned to the Days Inn with a cup of coffee in his hand. He then threw the coffee in the clerk's face and used a gun to rob her. After the attack at knife point, he led her outside. According to the victim, he told her to walk behind the hotel, and as she walked, she could hear the suspect's footsteps behind her. She then fell through a layer of ice in a ditch, which made a little bit of a commotion. She told law enforcement it was at that point the suspect panicked and left. She walked up the hill where she saw a trailer, and she called the police for help. Through DNA, it was determined that this victim was the only surviving victim. The DNA they collected from the scene and her description of the suspect helped police find the murderer 30 years later. Investigators had also collected ballistic evidence from the scenes, which connected the killers to the murders that occurred on I-65 in Indiana. It was announced in April of this year by the Indiana Police Department that they had found the I-65 killer, whose name was Harry Edward Greenwell. Police say Greenwell had a long and extensive criminal history. Investigators used a process known as investigative genealogy. This process allows investigators to upload crime scene DNA. They use genetic genealogy from databases like Ancestry.com and 23andMe to identify the suspect. From there, they discovered distant relatives, and they eventually were able to piece it to a 99.999 positive match.
We're here this morning to announce a recent development into the cold case investigation known in many circles as the I-65 killer. This case began February 21st, 1987, with the murder of Vicky Heath, who was working the night shift at the Super 8 Hotel located in Elizabethtown, Kentucky. On March 3, 1989, the Indiana State Police investigated 2 homicides that occurred on the same day of similar circumstances. Margaret Gill, also known as Peggy Gill, was murdered while working the night shift at the Days Inn located in Maryville, Indiana. Jean Gilbert was murdered while working the night shift at the Days Inn located in Remington, Indiana. Numerous pieces of evidence were collected and preserved to include DNA, clothing, hairs, fibers, and ballistic evidence from these 3 cases. On January 2, 1990, a clerk working in the Days Inn located in Columbus, Indiana, was attacked in a similar manner as the previous 3 victims. This victim was able to escape her attacker and survived. She was ultimately able to give an excellent physical description of the suspect and details of the crime. Forensic evidence was also collected and preserved from this case. She is the only known victim to have survived the vicious and brutal attacks of this killer. One of the primary factors that linked these 4 crime scenes were their proximity to I-65, and for this obvious reason, the person who was responsible for these murders was dubbed the I-65 killer. As you can see from this slide above me, the evidentiary similarities and links are highlighted between the 4 cases. And we also have this on this display next to us. The Indiana State Police Laboratory subsequently matched ballistic evidence linking the Gill and Gilbert murders. The Indiana State Police Laboratory also later matched DNA evidence linking the Heath and Gilbert murders to the Columbus, Indiana case. Indiana State Police detectives recently requested assistance from the FBI's Gang Response Investigative Team, also known as GRIT. Many investigative and scientific techniques have either improved or been created through new technology since the 1980s and 90s. One of these methods is investigative genealogy. Investigative genealogy is the use of DNA analysis in combination with traditional genealogy research and historical records to generate investigative leads for unsolved violent crime. This was an investigative step that generated a significant and important lead in this investigation. Further investigation and kinship lab testing by the Indiana State Police Lab of crime scene samples positively identified the suspect. The match was 99.9999% positive. It is this scientific breakthrough that ultimately led to the identification of the I-65 killer, Harry Edward Greenwell. Greenwell was born December 9, 1944 and died in January 2013. Greenwell had an extensive criminal history and had been in and out of prison several times, even escaping from prison or from jail on 2 separate occasions. He was known to travel frequently in the Midwest. We have put the original sketch along with photos of Greenwell and a mugshot of him into the media packet that you all have been given today. We are not displaying his photo up here today out of respect to the victims and their families and not to glamorize him any more than he already has been or may be in the future. Investigators documented significant events in Harry Greenwell's life to include law enforcement contacts in the following timeline, and that's displayed right here. These events were gathered by review of Greenwell's criminal history, historical police reports, historical Iowa Department of Corrections paperwork, which included some self-reporting by him, newspaper archives, public records, and the conducting of interviews by detectives. As most of you know, Interstate I-65 runs from Gary, Indiana, all the way down south to Mobile, Alabama. Investigators have long believed that there is a distinct possibility that there have been murders, rapes, robberies, or assaults that have not yet been connected to this investigation. Investigators are actively working with other departments in the Midwest to determine if Greenwell was a perpetrator of other violent crimes yet to be solved.
Unfortunately, the families will not be able to see Greenwell prosecuted because he died in 2013 from cancer. However, they can now find some peace in knowing that the man who committed these terrible murders has been identified and is no longer on this earth. The FBI and law enforcement is continuing to work to see if Greenwell had additional victims in surrounding communities.
I want to start off by saying to the families of Vicki Heath, Peggy Gill, and Jean Gilbert, we know that despite the years that have passed since these horrible events, that you have never forgotten the loss of your loved ones, and that this heinous crime is something that all of you have had to live with daily for all of these years. I know that this announcement can't take away the pain that you felt at this loss, but what we hope is that through today's information and revelation, this provides some answers that may aid you in your healing process that you go through every single day and bring you some sense of peace.
Well, that is it for this video. As always, thank you so much for watching. If you like the content and what I do over here, please don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss my next upload. If you could give a like if you enjoyed the content, that would be much appreciated as it helps the channel to grow. But that is it for me. Thank you so much for being here. I will see you all in the next one. Bye for now.